that would be different, I guess.
Okay, I see meeting is being live streamed.
I have that same prompt now on my screen.
Yeah. Anyone want to
Yeah,
ask?
the same here.
Just waiting for Samantha's okay.
Yeah.
Just 1 second.
And Gary, do you think I should start from the beginning on the teleconference?
Yes, with the admonition, yes.
So just 1 second, because we may need to make an announcement and give people a minute. I had to bypass PrimeGov, and so it's now streaming directly to the Town of Yountville YouTube channel. So they may need to move to that site. So we'll maybe give it just a minute until we see a few more viewers. We do have
From the beginning on the teleconference.
1 person there.
I know they all want to hear me read the teleconference meeting script, so we'll wait. This would be one of those examples of town caused disruption. We'll take credit for it.
So the issue that we're having is the link directly from PrimeGov from our website has people waiting to watch that video, and I'm not able to start that video. So we are live streaming on our YouTube channel, but it is not the same link, which is the issue that I'm having.
So PrimeGov is not streaming?
Yes. So we have a few people now over on our regular YouTube channel, but PrimeGov is not streaming.
Are we able to proceed without PrimeGov, or are you saying you need to try to alert the folks that are waiting to join on PrimeGov, and there's no way to do that?
Probably not. Interesting.
So Yvonne, just to double check, you've tried to hit go live video on start video on your side too,
I did,
and you're not, it doesn't work.
and I see the YouTube channel, but it's nothing on there.
In the spirit of unplugging it and plugging it back in, should we all log out and log
And
back in?
start over. Maybe that's a good idea.
Hey, Sam, is there anything we need to do here in the computer room? Like sometimes you have to turn that computer on.
No, Jason would know.
And just double check.
Okay, thank you.
And just to confirm, Sam, the agenda has 3 ways to watch. It's the YouTube and then on the townofyountville.com website. And then
Yeah.
also on the agenda at the /meetings townofyountville.com. So it's only the YouTube portion of it that's not working, and folks could still log into this meeting and watch, although not as a participant. Is that right?
Yes, so the issue, Gary, is that there is a link from our PrimeGov on the website to watch, and I can see that we have 40 people waiting to watch. And so they're at a specific watching area waiting, and I don't have a way of switching them over to just our live YouTube channel.
It's only the YouTube portion of it that's not working, and folks could still log into the.
We also have channel 28 is the ability for, there are 3 out of the 4 platforms working, it sounds like. But we know that we have people that are not able to access through PrimeGov.
Okay. Jason, our IT guy, is gonna try to assist.
And apparently we disrupted new father Eddie, who's talking to Samantha now in case he has
Okay.
any other guidance.
Great.
To your question though, Mayor, the agenda includes how to participate live in this meeting, not as a participant and how to give live comment. That's what AB 361 requires, and the agenda has that information on it. So from an agenda perspective and the Brown Act, the meeting can proceed. Separate question on whether or not to wait for the YouTube channel.
Well, my understanding is the YouTube channel is working, but we can't get Prime Gov watchers to it. And so we're trying to get Prime Gov to work.
Okay.
And I think it's worth waiting a few more minutes.
Yes, we are. Okay.
In case people are just joining us, we're having some technical difficulties on one of our public platforms, and we're trying to make sure that that's functioning so that anyone that's watching and wanting to participate can do so. So we're just in a holding pattern until we're able to resolve this. So thank you for your patience.
So we are refreshing the link and then the people that are waiting will just have to refresh their screen. So I just need probably just 2 more minutes. So.
Okay. And either Yvonne or Steve, I don't know if you have access to the applicants that are waiting in the waiting room while Samantha is busy. If there's any way to let them know.
No, okay. Looks like the video is about to start. Looks like. Hmm.
Okay, so just as a reminder, we are streaming on YouTube right now. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. It's just not the right channel, so we're getting there.
Yvonne, I don't know if there's a way to send a message through chat to the waiting room.
It should be, but I've got IT taking over my screen, so I really can't do it at this
That's
moment.
okay.
As soon as he's done, I can. Oh, YouTube stream, the live stream stats never changed to active.
Samantha, I was just hearing that, can we leave a comment on the bad link on the website to get people to go to the good link?
Yeah, I'm logging on right now to change that page with the new link.
Yeah, that will let them know that if they just hit the new link, they'll be able to get connected. Okay. Samantha, I was just hearing that, can we leave a comment on the bad link on the website? Now I know that there's about a 5-second delay.
Oh.
If you're on YouTube watching us and wondering why we're just sitting here quietly, we're working out a problem with a bad link for some of our viewers. And we are working on that problem. We hope to be live on all platforms in just another couple minutes.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'll just be back in a moment.
Samantha, if you're talking to us, you're muted. Okay.
Okay, we are live, to my understanding, on
Okay.
YouTube.
On
And
YouTube, okay.
I am checking how many people are now over there just to double confirm, Mayor, before you proceed. So
Okay.
just give me one more second to double check.
We're just now,
Okay, so we are live. We have about 9 people watching now, which means they're still needing to refresh.
Mm.
But we are streaming live. from the link on the website through PrimeGov.
Are you able to tell if there's anyone still on the old link page waiting?
I can't tell anymore because now it's a new link. They just need to refresh.
And you were able to leave a comment to that effect on the old link?
I have no way of leaving a comment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do we know if the same number have signed on to the new link?
As of right now, we are at
Old link page.
12, so they're coming over.
And did you say there were 40 on the other link?
Yes.
So we'll wait another minute or two.
Okay.
If we get to that total, let me know, but otherwise we'll wait another minute or two. We have people intentionally trying to watch, so we want to accommodate them.
Absolutely.
And did you say there were 40 on the other link?
Yeah.
We'll wait another minute or two. If we get to. And it was suggested that we post the link in this chat.
Yes. I posted it.
Thank you, Samantha.
Mhm.
We're gonna just wait one more minute and try to get everybody that was on the bad link to the good link.
Okay, we're up to 15 now, if you want to keep waiting.
Well, that means we have more than half that we're watching still not transferred over.
Okay, I'm hearing PrimeGov is also streaming now. It's from our IT,
And that had not been streaming prior?
correct.
Okay, we'll give it another 30 seconds, Samantha, unless you tell me we have 40. If we get close to 30, then we will proceed. Do we think it would do any good to post a link on Nextdoor? Or is there a way to use something like Nixle?
I just did Nextdoor. I just did Nextdoor, Mayor. I'm posting it to our Facebook right now as well.
Okay, thank you. For folks that have been able to join us, we are still waiting for just another moment while we're hoping to get some folks that were on a bad link to a good link so they can participate. We have some of them, but not all of them reconnected. Are you seeing progress, Samantha?
We're at 22.
Gary, to confirm with you, if you feel like we have, it sounds like all the platforms and just waiting for individuals to rejoin us, do you think we should be waiting a little bit longer?
I think that if the platforms are working and streaming as they sound that they are, the meeting can proceed.
And it could be that people have left one platform and gone to another, whether it's TV or something else. So I think
there's
we will, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, just say there are a few different ways on the agenda. What the Brown Act requires is that there's a way to participate through this platform, the one we're using right now, Zoom. The agenda does have that ability to do that. So that is why I said it's okay to proceed with the meeting.
Samantha?
We're at 23, and I posted the live link at the top of the agenda page on the website. I've also posted it to our Facebook and to nextdoor.com, the live link to this meeting through YouTube. So I pushed it out in all of those ways. And now we're at 28, Mayor.
Great. Okay. We're going to go ahead and proceed. It could be that some folks have transferred to the TV or one of the other platforms. So, okay, I'm going to go back and I'll just start over on the teleconference meeting script so we can make sure that we have that in the record. So this regular meeting I'll just start all the way over again, Tuesday, February 1st, 2022. Regular meeting of the town council is being held pursuant to Government Code Section 5493E related to teleconferencing of meetings. The governor's proclamation of a state emergency is still in effect, and the town council has made or will make the necessary findings under the law to hold teleconference meetings in this manner. Proper notice was given for this meeting. All persons are permitted to join remotely and address the town council directly, and the meeting will be delayed in the event of a town-caused disruption like we have just been experiencing for the last 30 minutes. This meeting will be held in all respects according to the requirements of Government Code Section 54953E. The town manager is present in his office. I am present in the council chambers. Council members Moeller, Dornbecker, and Knight, along with staff, are participating remotely by video, audio, in conformance with Government Code Section 54953E. The public is able to participate 3 different ways: as a Zoom webinar attendee and using the Zoom raise hand feature, and I can call on that person at the appropriate time. Also on the town's public comment email, publiccomment@wyville.com, and we have received several such comments that we'll be reading at the appropriate time later in the agenda. Also via the email or the e-comment feature in Prime Gov, which can be found as a speech bubble with the HTML agenda. So with that, before we proceed with the agenda, I will let our viewers know that any vote taken during this teleconference portion of the meeting will be taken by a roll call vote led by our interim town clerk. And if you missed it, we are welcoming Yvonne Spence as our interim town clerk, her first day on the job, and we've thrown a bunch of technical glitches at her already. So again, thank you all for your patience. Public hearing and administrative regular agenda items that have representatives that are not staff will provide presentations as they would during a typical council meeting held in the council chambers, and will be called upon to speak during their specific agenda item. I would like to confirm that all members of the council are present and can hear the proceedings. So I'll ask our interim town clerk, Yvonne Spence, to conduct roll and ask each member of the town council to respond to the questions of, are you able to hear the proceedings, and do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting? Yvonne?
Okay. Mayor Dunbar, are
Yes,
you able to hear the proceedings, and do you have a copy of the agenda?
yes, I do.
Okay. Councilmember Moeller?
Yes, I do, to both.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dorschenbecker?
Doran Becker? Thank you.
Dornbecker, thank you.
Yes, I do, to both.
Okay, to both, okay. And Councilmember Knight?
Thank you. And yes to both
To both, okay,
questions.
great, thank you.
Let the record reflect all council members have indicated they're able to hear and do have the agenda for the meeting. So with that, please join in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could face the closest flag where you are. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, adoption of today's agenda. I'll entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second?
Motion, Councilmember Moeller, second, Councilmember Dornbecker. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Dorkenbecher,
Doran Becker. yes.
Doreen Becker, thank you. And Councilmember Knight
Yes.
and Mayor Dunbar.
Yes.
Okay.
Next is public comment on items not on our agenda today. We have quite a list that is part of the agendized item, but anything not on the agenda, Yvonne?
No.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move right on then to what most are probably here for, and that is the applicant interviews to consider appointment of a qualified elector to the currently vacant town council seat. I believe we're going to start with Steve and possibly Gary giving some opening remarks.
The first thing, Mayor and Council, we have received at 2:30 p.m. approximately a phone call at Town Hall from candidate applicant Don Moore, a resident of the Veterans Home, indicating that he reluctantly would be withdrawing from the process. The Veterans Home is currently apparently suffering a internet outage, and he was unsure of when that would be resolved. So he did want to express his concern, let you all know that he was sincerely interested in applying for the position, but that with the circumstances, he would reluctantly withdraw.
And to be clear, he was offered alternative locations, and the town staff was trying to accommodate either relocation or another way for him to participate, which he declined, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So with that, what we are going to do is we have four applicants, and we are going to provide interviews of 15 minutes total for each. We are going to follow a process that is identical for each of the four candidates or applicants in the interest of fairness, so that there's no advantage going first or last, or having different questions asked of different candidates. I have asked each of our council members to ask one of the four questions that were written prior to the meeting, written by our town manager. And so I'll go ahead and read those questions just very quickly so the audience is aware of them. And I don't see our applicants joining us quite yet, but what I'll do is the questions we're going to ask: why do you want to be a town council member? What do you believe are the top 3 issues facing Yountville and why? Please share what you know about the Town of Yountville organization and budget. And the last question, please describe your experience, if any, serving in local municipal government. What is your understanding of the general operations of town government and its services and program delivery? And so we will be letting in, we have requested each of the applicants not watch or listen to the other interviews out of fairness. The order of the interviews is based on 2 things. One is alphabetical order, and the other is the order in which their submissions were received. It happens to be the same order. And so that was done again out of fairness, so that there was no bias in the order of the interviews. We are going to be letting in our first interviewee, who is Rob Stout. So we will be letting them in one at a time. Our town staff is managing that. And so as soon as I see Mr. Stout at his camera, then we will proceed. We're going to start. Rob, hello, and you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Welcome, and thank you for your patience as we got through our technical difficulties, but we're fully operational now. And so just want to double check you're able to hear us and we can hear you. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I can.
Very good. Thank you. So we're going to start out with 3 minutes for you to give an opening statement, and then each of the council members has a predetermined question that we will be asking you. I believe you have not seen the questions prior to this, but we will be asking one each. So if you can go ahead and start with your opening statement, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, let me start. Rather than just go through my resume, a little bit about me. One, I'm a military brat. So that has formed my view of the world. When I graduated from 12th grade, I've been in 14 different schools in 6 different states. So that's just part of the thing you do. I'm also a veteran, and I'm a CPA and an accountant. Most of my life has been involved with governmental accounting in a variety of different states. I've done almost everything you can do as an accountant. I've been an auditor. I helped write auditing rules for the American Association of Certified Public Accountants. I've helped write federal law on how accountants audit local governments. I worked with both House and Senate committees for almost a year to help them develop what we called the Single Audit Act. So, variety of different cities. Came to California in 1998. I've been trying to get back since I graduated from advanced infantry training in Fort Ord in 1966. So it was fun to be back to California. My last job here was the city of Vallejo, and I was instrumental in designing the financing plan that allowed them to exit bankruptcy, which was truly an experience I don't want to go through again. But we established legal precedents because nobody had ever taken a big city into bankruptcy before. So that was kind of fun. A little bit about why I like this town and why I'm interested in the job. One, I love the town. And I almost want to think if any of the candidates don't start off with, I love this town, you should probably disqualify them right away, because I don't see how you can live here and not love it. It's a wonderful town. It's well maintained with the parks and trails, clean restrooms all throughout the town. It's clearly been well managed, in the part due to you and an excellent city manager. You had the reserves that could see you through the pandemic, and that's great. The people here are fantastic. 3,000 people, and we've got a museum that got national attention for its display on dangerous toys. Where else can you find something like that? Businesses, I'm work very well with the businesses here. Rita and I like to dine out. I'm probably on a first name basis with all of the restaurant managers and most of the tasting room managers, but it gives me a good feel into how our businesses react. I thought they did an amazing job of coping with the ever-changing rules of the pandemic. You have to wear rules, you don't have to wear rules, you gotta have 25% or 50% are allowed in your restaurant. You go outside, then you've got to have heat, then it's raining. It just amazed me how well they've been able to cope. And then staffing choices and all this. How do you keep staff in these days when people are learning they don't have to work? I'm not sure how we go from that. I'm also an ambassador with the chamber, and that's given me a chance to move around the valley and meet amazing people with amazing, what I consider Napa stories, whether it's Bob and Dobby and almost creating Napa as we know it, Michael Jurgic coming over from Serbia and developing it. Anyway, love the town, love working here, and looking forward to continuing to enjoy that and see if I can help you in any way as a member of the council.
Thank you. And I had to give you the T. That's the silent time's up.
Gotcha.
But thank
Sorry
you.
it took so long.
Thank you very much. Do you want to invite Councilmember Knight to ask our first question?
Hello, Mr. Stout. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
and thank you for applying for the town council appointment. So I have the first question. So why do you want to be a town council member?
Well, I think my background in governmental accounting has helped me to understand how important local government is and how important it is in our whole system of democracy. I spent most of my life, council member, preparing agenda packets and sitting in front of councils and presenting data and information. And I think it would be kind of interesting to be on the other side. I have to admit, when I picked up the agenda package for tonight in 300 pages, it again reminded me of how amazing anybody that wants to go through the process of being up there and every 2 weeks having to respond from issues of housing or finance or diversification or economic growth. But I think my background has prepared me for that, and I think I can contribute to the town that I dearly love.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Councilmember Knight. So we're going to move on to Councilmember Dornbecker with the next question.
Hello, Rob. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Mark. How are you?
Stepping up. So my question is, what do you believe are the top 3 issues for the town at this time and why?
Good one. I think the first one to keep in mind is what is going to be the new normal for the economy and the state and the nation, and how can we best respond to whatever that is? As I talked a little earlier, people seem to me don't want to go to work anymore. We need to be ready for whatever those changes are. I think the housing element is going to be extremely important. That huge editorial in the San Francisco Chronicle this morning about how San Francisco is going to have to figure out ways to meet their goals with the people that don't want a low-income housing right next door to them, and how you design the system to go along with the state rules. I think that was a big one. And then finally, I guess, what kind of economy, how can we diversify our economy and strengthen it as we watch, you keep watching wine sales going down, and what can we do to make sure we stay the amazing town that we love?
Thank you. All good answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, Councilmember Mueller.
Hi, Rob. Great
Hi,
to
Margie.
see you on our Zoom screen. So my question is, please share what you know about the town, the organization of the town, and the budget.
I know the town pretty well. One, you obviously have a city manager form of government. As I mentioned a little earlier in my thing, I've been very impressed with how the town was prepared for this. You've got a great city manager. Your Parks and Recs department is just fantastic with organizing all the things they do, from giant trips to Kiwanis crab feeds to on and on and on. The Public Works Department is terrific. Keeping these parks maintained and the restrooms maintained. I mentioned that earlier. The wonderful trails we have, and I just love it. I think the town is extremely well managed. We're very, very lucky to have had the caliber of people we have, and we seem to be able to continue going as employees leave and managers leave, like Joe left. We seem to have a good succession plan so that we maintain the caliber of the employees we've had. I think that's great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to prove that these questions were set up ahead of time and you didn't know about them, my question has to do with your experience in local municipal government, which you've already touched on. But what is your understanding of the general operations of town government and its services and program delivery?
Well, they differ, but obviously small government is, I think, closest to the people. So the providing public safety and providing public fire and services. Our town is lucky in a way. We don't have to have a police department and a fire department because we can use CAL FIRE and the sheriff's department. We've done a pretty good job of getting people in there. I've met a couple of our firefighters, and I've known several of our police officers. Parks and Recreation is important. And again, for a town this size to have the system of parks we have, the little amphitheater we have for music in the park is a fantastic thing that you don't see very many cities our size have. Maintaining the roads and maintaining those parks is an important municipal service, and getting those things done. I think we're doing a lot of really good things that cities have to do. And I'm very pleased with it, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll give you 1 minute. I'll give every applicant 1 minute to close. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
One more thing I think that indicates the quality of people in this town is the quality of the people you're going to be interviewing today. I was really amazed to read all of their qualifications. I don't envy you your task of choosing one, but it must be nice to have that caliber of a group out there. And I look forward to working with whoever you choose.
Well, Mr. Stout, thank you very much. Really appreciate your applying for the position and your participation in our community. We will be hearing from the other 3 candidates, and then we will be holding our deliberations. We have requested that the applicants not listen in, just out of fairness of who's coming after you. So I'll just repeat that now. You're welcome to stay, and you'll be allowed to rejoin after the interviews and prior to the deliberations. So
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you again, Mayor.
And so if we need a moment, I'm guessing, Samantha, to transition. Next up, we have Joe Tagliabashi. And there is Mr. Tagliabashi. Hello. Are you able to hear us?
I am now.
All
Are
right.
you able to hear me?
Yes. Hello, Joe. Thank you for applying for the position. Appreciate your community service. This process is going to be a series of questions. Each of the council members will ask one question that's been predetermined. We've not shared those questions with you yet. We'll start with a 3-minute opening statement, and I'll be inviting you to have a 1-minute closing statement after all the question and answer period. And so if you could start off with your 3-minute opening statement, and then we'll get to questions.
Thank you, Mayor Dunbar, members of the council, and members of the Yountville community who are watching far and near. I came to the Napa Valley shortly after my service with the Navy. I worked at, helped build both Visa Tui and the Meadowood Resort. And back then, when I was visiting my friends who I worked with and lived in Yountville in 1981, it was a much different town than when I came to live here in 1990. And since that time, I have worked for organizations, public and private, here in town, and some charitable organizations, including Kiwanis, where I was the president for a time with the organization. I have served on the Bicycle Advisory Committee as an appointee from the town, which then transitioned to the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, which was with then Napa Transportation Commission, now the NVTA. Most recently, I've been the Public Works Director for the past 7 years. I retired, as most of you know, in July of 2021. And I think it's important during my opening to note some of the things that I've been listening to around town in my difficult decision to make this choice to run for the open position. And it was a discussion about having a conflict with friends, both on the council and in the town staff. And what I would say to that is everyone in this town knows everyone, and that's a good thing in a small town. To me, a friendship is not a negative. It's definitely a positive. It enriches all of our lives to have friends. And I don't think anyone would want someone who lived in a town for 30 years and didn't have any friends to be applying for council. I don't think that would be looked on favorably. So I take my friends as a positive for sure. I think that I have proven that I'm an independent thinker and leader in both my words and my deeds in my time here serving the town. And historically, we've appointed, the council has appointed this position based on qualifications and not a decision on if we're friends, good or bad. I think I take a lot of comfort from the fact that the former vice mayor, whose chair we're trying to fill at this moment, has given me a letter of support, and she thinks I am the best person for this position, and I agree with her. And I hope that you all will consider my strong set of values that include consistency and honesty and trying to find a solution and working with the folks and my history in town, I think make me the best candidate for the position at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. I'm going to go ahead and invite Councilmember Knight to ask our first predetermined question. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for applying for this appointment. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate your statement, maybe answering some of the questions that we discussed a few days ago. So my question on the first one is, why do you want to be a Yountville Town Council member?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Knight. I appreciate our time. And I think I enjoy public service. I think I enjoy the sense of satisfaction that I get in helping people and finding solutions. I take a lot of joy in kind of approaching problems large and small and helping cobble together either groups or even an individual and finding a way to make it work. I think the best parts of local government is that we get to talk directly to the people that it affects, and we see those people every day in coffee shops and restaurants and just on walks around in the parks in town. And I think that their feedback is important, and I think it helps to understand the history of this town. And living here for as long as I do understand some of the reasons why some of the decisions were made and some of the good and not so good things that came out of some of those decisions. And I think my role as a council member will be able to add some value in that respect and be able to help use some of that historical knowledge and some of the knowledge of the groups and the individuals and make better decisions going forward. So that's my hope serving on the council, and it's my goal to add value to the council by being a member of the council with my knowledge and my experience here in town.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you too. Be safe and well.
You too.
And next is Councilmember Dornbecker with a question.
Hello, Joe. Thank you for stepping up again. And my question is, what do you believe are the top 3 issues for the town at this time and why?
Good evening, Council Member Dornbecker. Top 3 issues right now, I'd say coming out of the pandemic, it's trying to figure out what that's going to mean for us. Hotel occupancy seems to be down a little bit. I think it's in the 60 or close to 70% range, but the rates seem to be higher. So that's a good trend. But is that just a blip on the radar? And, we need to be able to plan our budget based on that, mostly that transit occupancy tax. The second issue, I think, is based on that economy and the pandemic is just trying to figure out how we're going to continue to provide the services and the high level of customer service and that this town is known for, and that includes some of the staffing challenges that we're having throughout town, the hotel and restaurant industry in particular, but also town staffing. You have to be able to recruit and retain people and attract people. Housing prices certainly are going to be a big topic of discussion for us. I think trying to help find affordable housing in our town, trying to create programs and projects that make sense for our town and that add affordable housing is going to be an important discussion in the next 10 months. And I think it's that the last few years, the fire season and the time before and after the fire season seemed to cause an awful lot of anxiety and stress, and rightfully so. And I think we need to work with CAL FIRE and the state and our neighbors here in the valley and in the surrounding counties and try to figure out how we can best approach some of that emergency management, but also maybe how can we start maybe not having to worry about some of that stuff so much, whether it's working with PG&E, CAL FIRE, some of the state agencies or some of the local county agencies, I think that's going to be an important topic. So those are my top three.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, council member. Be safe and well.
Next, Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor. So, hello, Joe. Nice to see you on my screen here today. My question for you is, can you please share what you know about the town organization structure and the budget?
Nice to see you too, council member Mueller. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Well, as a former public works director with the town, I am intimately familiar with all of the nuances of our budget. I don't think there's a candidate who you're going to see this evening who is more qualified than me with our local budget. I, along with my team at Public Works, helped create our Public Works budget. It's the largest budget in town. It also included the utilities budget, which is the second largest budget. And together, that budget is more than half of the budget in the town. But even aside from that, as a team with the town of Yountville, budget discussions were a part of our management team meetings and just among our peers, just trying to figure out how it works. So my experience over the past 7 years has definitely allowed me to understand our budget in a way that I think very few people will have had the opportunity to do. And as such, I'll be able to comment and help add value to that discussion from the moment that I'm on the council, if I'm lucky enough to be that person. Thank you. Be safe and well.
And Joe, my question also relates to your experience serving in, basically, please describe your experience serving in local municipal government. I know you've touched on it, but if you could elaborate, and what is your understanding of the general operations of Yountville's town government and its services and program delivery?
Sure. So I came to the local government from a private side experience in construction, as I talked about earlier. I worked with the city of Napa as a streets field supervisor. I then went to Yolo County, where I was a road superintendent, managed the road system in Yolo County, somewhere close to 1,500 miles of roads, both gravel and paved, and all the infrastructure around that. Also, then I went to Concord and managed infrastructure maintenance manager there, with managed 14,000 sewer customers, along with all the roads, lights, manholes, and everything else that come along with the infrastructure in a town the size of Concord. And now I ended up with my career at the town of Yountville as the public works director. And the difference between those three and my last stop at the town of Yountville is the level of service that Yountville provides. So I don't think there's very few places that can provide the level of service, which is very high. The restrooms are always clean. The paths are always well maintained. The streets are the envy of most of the North Bay and all of the Napa County. We're approaching an 80 PCI, which for those of you who don't understand what that means, it means that there's no potholes in Yountville. And that's not an accident. That's because the council has budgeted money for that cause, even before we had some Measure T money. And now that we have Measure T money, that's helping us fill some of those gaps and take pressure off the general fund budget. So I understand both the general fund budget part of this equation, but I also understand some of the special revenue funds that are used to help fund the government. And also, because we are now coming up to look at our utilities rates, the rates study. So I will be able to add comments and discussions in a very educated and current manner, and I think that it would benefit not only the council but the citizens of Yountville if I was selected to serve as the council member.
Thank you for your answers. I'm just turning off my timer. If you would like to share up to a minute of your final thoughts as a closing statement.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all your time, your time with the council and the staff this evening, and the people who are listening. I would just like to say that it's an honor and privilege even to be considered for this position. I think that I'm going to bring what I brought in my whole career, and that's try to be honorable, be truthful, be forthright, try to listen to all of the community's concerns, use my own professional and personal knowledge and my time here at the town, both living and working, to help make a decision that's best for the community going forward. And I'll work as hard as I can and do the best I can every day. And that's my commitment to you all and to the community.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate that you have applied for the position. And so just so that you're aware, we're going to excuse you from here. We've asked all the applicants to, just out of an abundance of fairness, to not be listening in on the other interviews, just so there's no advantage going first or last. We'll let you back into the meeting after we finish all the interviews and prior to our deliberations. And we have, of course, that being a public forum. So thank you again for your application and your comments today, and we'll see you a bit later.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good luck to you all, and thanks again for your consideration. Have a good night.
And a reminder, next is applicant Hillary Tripp. And we'll just make sure that Hillary's audio and video are both working. If you can unmute and say, yes, you can hear me, then I'll know.
There we go. I can hear you, and now hopefully I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. Welcome. Thank you for your interest in your application. And what I'll just share with you is folks that have been watching already know, but you don't, is that we do have a series of questions that we have not yet shared with you. Each council member will ask you one predetermined question, and we'll first start with a 3-minute opening statement, up to 3 minutes from you. Then we'll ask those questions, and I will give you an opportunity to have a 1-minute closing statement if you would like after each of your answers. So we have received your application and your information in that. And so we'll just like to hear up to 3 minutes of your opening comments.
All right, well, I'll get right to it. Good afternoon, members of the town council and my fellow residents in the community. Thank you for your time today. I would like to just take a quick minute to introduce myself. I purchased a home and moved to Yountville in 2019 to be closer to my daughter and son-in-law who've lived here in the Napa Valley for about 10 years and who are both in the wine industry. So I've submitted a lot of information about my background, but I'd like to put some of my community and business experience into the context of how I think it could help me serve effectively as a member of the town council. I am a native of the Bay Area. I attended the University of California, San Diego, and went to law school at the University of California, Berkeley. After graduating from Berkeley, I worked as an attorney in a boutique law firm in Walnut Creek, representing local businesses and also those involved in real estate development. Later, I took a position as an in-house attorney with C&H Sugar in Crockett, and was eventually the assistant general counsel and governmental affairs officer. I feel that through my experience in representing businesses, I developed a pretty good understanding of the challenges and the perspectives of businesses and the business community facing regulation and needing to work in a small community. In particular, during my time at C&H Sugar, which is located in Crockett, I navigated a number of issues with the Crockett community that naturally arose out of a 1 million square foot sugar refinery being located in the middle of a really beautiful and quaint town. And over that time, I developed a very positive relationship with the residents and learned how to act in a spirit of compromise to develop solutions that met the community's need, as well as allowed C&H Sugar to operate in the community. And if selected, I feel that this experience would be very helpful in terms of representing and responding to the needs of the Yountville business community. After 9 years at CNH Sugar, I took a pretty dramatic shift in my career and moved into being a financial manager at the University of California. And I took the position as director of the Office of Risk Management at the Office of the President at the University of California. This position, as I say, resulted me in being in the finance department. And I kind of emphasize that because it's a little different career path than from being a lawyer. And I reported to the CFO at the system-wide level for the University of California. And I managed a pretty large program with a budget of over $250 million a year. One important part of the job that I think is relevant to being a city council or a town council member is I worked a good bit. Important part of my job was working with actuaries to make sure that the 3 trusts that funded the programs that I managed were adequately funded so that they could cover expenditures into the future. My time in the finance department about
if you had one more sentence, your 3 minutes has ended, but one more sentence.
Oh, okay. Wow, that went fast. Okay. No, I think I will stop there.
Okay. And as I said, you will have another minute at the end of this if you wanted to cover anything else that you weren't able to. So we are going to move on to the individual questions. We're going to start with Councilmember Knight, who has a pre-selected question.
Thank you, Ms. Tripp, for applying for this council appointment. So my question is, why do you want to be on the Yountville Town Council?
I have a strong desire to serve the community, and that's been kind of demonstrated in some of my previous activities, which at some point maybe I can get into. I'm currently serving on the ZRDB for Yountville, and also I'm chair of the, I always forget the exact name, but it's the Measure S committee established to oversee the funds that go for affordable housing that were added in 2018 as part of an additional part of the tourist and occupancy tax. I have a strong desire to represent the residents of Yountville. There's a tradition of real resident involvement in Yountville, and I'd like to continue to support that as a town council member. And in addition, the sort of personal element of it is I really feel that it would be an interesting intellectual challenge. I have a lot of the basic skills in terms of finance and legal background so that I could add something to the town. But it would also be a very interesting, an interesting position to hold. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Dornbecker with the question.
Hello, Hillary.
Hello.
Thank you very much for stepping forward. My question is, what do you believe are the top 3 issues for the town of Yountville at this time, and why?
I think the top 3 issues are, I think the whole question of housing and the requirements by the state of California, understandable requirements that Yountville participate with everyone in the region in terms of providing additional residential housing, which I understand is going to be about 73 units, some of which will be required to be affordable. And this comes from the state, so it's not a town generated issue. Or a requirement, although I personally agree with having additional housing in Yountville. So I think that will be a big issue for Yountville, where to place it. And of course, the housing element of the general plan, which is a 10-year document, is going to be revised. And I guess it had not been revised in 2019 when the general plan was updated. And that will be a very important step on both it's required and it's time to do as part of the general plan, but also in terms of providing the housing units that is going to be required by the state of California. So I think that's a big issue. And related to that, hopefully, perhaps, is the Yountville Elementary School property, in which Yountville has an opportunity because of the legal requirement that the school district offer it to the city to develop that property or acquire that property, and there would be some potential for mixed use, which would include housing and possibly commercial development. And so that would be, I think, the second issue. And then I think for me, the final sort of issue is the one that I already alluded to, which is to make sure that the residents of the town feel represented. And I think that they do, but it's a very important element. And it goes to the quality of life in Yountville and striking a balance between the businesses here in Yountville and the quality of life for the residents in Yountville. I think it's a pretty easy balance to strike, but I think it's also one that we really need to pay attention to because ultimately the residents look, and the town council is accountable to the residents who vote for them. And so I feel that that's a very important issue. There's somewhat, in my observation, become a them and us sort of thing. And between business and residents, and I think we're all pretty much on the same page. Many of the people that I speak to as residents love being in a quote tourist town and love the environment, but they also want to feel that their needs as residents are being incorporated into the plans of the town. So that would be sort of my thought on those three issues.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your answer.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, Councilmember Moeller.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, Hillary. Nice
Thank
to
you.
See you today. My question is, can you please share with us what you know about the organization of the town and the budget?
Oh, well, the organization of the town, I found the town council protocols, which was really pretty interesting because it kind of explains that it's a council manager form of government in the town where the council sets the policy and does the legislative activities, but the town manager the amazing Mr. Steve Rogers is ultimately responsible for all the administration and operation of the town in terms of its day-to-day activities. The town did you ask me about the town's operations? Is that correct?
No, my question was the organization of the town and the budget.
Okay, so the organization of the town would be, as I mentioned, and so we have a city staff or a town staff who supports all the activities of the town. I think it's approximately 30 people. The revenues of the town are around $10 million a year, which goes to support all these activities. The biggest department in the town is Public Works, which I think is about 25% of the budget is expended on Public Works, which makes sense. That's our roads. There's 8.5 miles of roads in the town of Yountville. The next 20% is the public safety, which is the sheriff, which is outsourced is not the right word, but it's basically done by contract. And then a large portion of well, not large, 12% goes to Parks and Rec. And all that is done through the city manager's office. We also, it's kind of amazing, there's a broad spectrum of activities. The town of Yountville operates the wastewater treatment district, it's not a district, a plant that provides wastewater treatment for our town as well as for the veterans home. And then in kind of on the opposite side of the coin, the town also does all the billing and residents sort of and commercial portion of our water department, although the actual water treatment plant is operated by the vets home. So that's, and in terms of budgeting, budgeting goes with expenditures and also revenue. And of the $10 million that comes in the door, I think about 52% is tourist and occupancy tax, and another 12% is sales tax, which is primarily the restaurants, and I think maybe 20%, as I recall, is property tax. So the vast majority comes from tourist and occupancy and sales tax. So that's the revenues coming in. And then on expenditures, it sort of tracks with what I had already mentioned about the various parts of the town. And the town goes through a budget cycle that fits with the state of California, which has a fiscal year of July 1 and has a pretty detailed budget planning process. And if you're interested as a town resident or citizen, you can go and I think review the draft budgets and participate in the process. And I know from talking with Steve, there's a little bit of variability in the process. So for example, this year, the town had $5 million less in revenue because of tourist and occupancy. So that had to come out of the budget. And so,
Wrap up.
yep, there you go.
Sorry. I was trying to do it quietly, but I guess you didn't see my teeth.
You know, I can't, yeah, I can only see one person at a time on my,
That's okay.
so go ahead and yell at me if you need to.
Thank you. I did want to get to my question, which is, please describe your experience, if any, serving in local and municipal government. What is your understanding of the general operations of town government and its services and program delivery?
Well, in the interest of time, I'll speak just to the first part of that, which is I previously served when I lived in Orinda for many years, 40 years, including childhood, as a planning commissioner for the city of Orinda, which is a very interesting job. It's very similar to the ZRDB, but with a few differences in terms of the decision-making capabilities. And then when I moved to Oakland, where I lived also for a number of years, I was on the rent board for the city of Oakland. I was chair of the rent board. I was a neutral member of the board. They had landlord and tenant representatives, and I was recruited as a neutral member. And that's a board that made ordinances and policy, reviewed ordinances, policy, and also heard administrative appeals from decisions of the city department that managed the rent control program. And so that's it in a nutshell.
Okay. Well, thank you. So now, again, I'll invite you to share if you'd like to have one more minute to have any closing comment.
I guess I'd just like to say in closing that I was struck in the town's critical success factors that they want what's, and I quote, an open-minded and forward-thinking decision-making process, which I think is just great. And current members of the town council obviously have essential in-depth historical and institutional knowledge about the town. But many organizations find that new ideas and experiences and perspectives can also be an important part of forward thinking and planning. And I think that some of my broad experience, plus my actual knowledge of how Yountville works gained as a volunteer, would complement the existing historical knowledge and expertise of the members of the council. And I also believe that a key aspect of the open-minded decision making that we're looking for is having an active and productive dialogue with the residents and also with other members of the town council. And I would be firmly committed to trying to participate in a collegial and positive dialogue on all the issues before the council.
That was 59 seconds. That's impressive.
I'm learning to talk fast.
Thank you very much. As I've explained to the other applicants, we're going to excuse you from this platform until we finish our last interview, and then you're certainly welcome to rejoin when prior to our deliberations, which will happen. We'll hear public comment and deliberations after our last interview. So again, thank you for your application and your willingness to serve, and we will see you in a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. And our fourth and final applicant is Doug Yaris, and we'll be inviting Doug in. Doug, can you hear us okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Great.
Loud and clear.
Welcome. Thank you for your application and your interest in the appointment to the council. Just to explain how we're going to go through the interview, we have some predetermined questions that we have not shared with you, and each council member is going to ask one. That'll be after we give you 3 minutes for an opening statement, and I'll be monitoring a clock on that. We'll also invite you to share 1 minute at the end if you would like for a closing statement. So you've already told us some of your thoughts in your application, but if you could just share up to 3 minutes of an opening statement, please.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor Dunbar, and thanks for all you've done for the town. You've done a great job. And thanks Yountville Town Council as well. It'd be an honor for me to serve the residents of Yountville and become the next town council member. You're not going to find anyone as passionate as me or hardworking. The key difference between me and the other candidates, I feel, is I'm not retired. I'm still actively engaged day to day with hundreds of members of our community. I practice dentistry full-time. I teach, I coach, I work in our family's tasting room in Yountville. I volunteer, and I'm a husband, I'm a dad, I'm a grandpa. Take today, for example. Started the day with my first patient, a teacher. Next patient was a fireman. Then I saw a janitor, a hospitality worker, and a restaurant worker. And through the day, I hear the triumphs, the successes, the concerns, the heartaches each and every day. I listen to them, I'm compassionate. And what am I hearing now? I'm hearing concerns about affordable housing, COVID, drought, business struggles, lack of hospitality workers. If I had more time, I'd love to talk to you about ideas and possible solutions to all these concerns. If you add up all of my hours working as a dentist, 39 years, 2 decades working in our family winery and tasting room, 10 years in the hospitality industry, 40 plus years serving on professional boards, I have over 100 years experience. Trust me, I'm not that old. I've consulted with hundreds of companies throughout the years. Let me take one in an example, MLB, Major League Baseball. They hired me. I launched a new technology for them, and it was seen around the globe. As a result of this, I did, for that one launch, I did over 800 interviews and consulted with probably another, 20 business leaders in the Silicon Valley, and consulted with the US government and Homeland Security. I've had so many life experiences, and I feel I can contribute and make a difference in a positive way for our town. My dad was a naval aviator, and I have strong feelings for our vets and their values to be heard. Why do I want to serve? Well, when I was a student in Stanford, living off campus, 10 minutes away from me was a garage. A guy in that garage was roughly my age. On a bike ride one day with a buddy of mine, he said, let's stop by that garage. I know the guy's in there. I want to show you something. Well, I went in there. I could see something big was happening, but I really didn't know what that was. Looking back, I should have spent a lot of time in that garage, because that was Steve Jobs' garage. Through the years, I followed his career, and at the end, when he was near the end and his metastatic pancreatic cancer diagnosis, and they told him that he had not much time to live, he still continued to work full-time, long hours, long days. When asked why he did that, he simply said, because there's so much left to do.
I've got to myself. Sorry to cut you off there, Doug, but appreciate that. I do want to move on to Councilmember Knight for our first pre-selected question. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Dr. Yaris, for applying for the Yountville Town Council. And I just want to say, I have one question, but I just want to quickly thank you for all your time, talent, and treasure reading your application, doing mobile dental clinics. My brother-in-law is a dentist, and so thank you for that work and important work for communities. So my question to you is, why do you want to be a Yountville Town Council member?
I love the town, and I've lived here for 30 years, like you, and I see the work that you're all doing. I commend you, and I just feel like my experiences, my interactions with people day to day, I care about people. I'm compassionate about them. I listen to everybody, and I'll find time for everybody. And I feel like I could make a difference, and I could help out. I'm a team player. I love working on projects and trying to see what we can accomplish. So it's just something driving in me that I want to do.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Okay.
Next, we'll go to Councilmember Dornbecker for a question.
Hello, Dr. Yaris. Thank you for stepping up and coming to the council. My question for you is, what do you believe are the top 3 issues that are confronting the town at this time, and why?
I see probably number one is affordable housing. I just think it's a nightmare out there right now. I was fortunate back in 1983. I bought my first house in Napa for $80,000, even though the interest rates were 18%. But I just see it daunting right now. That how are all these workers? How's everybody supposed to make it on such a tough housing market? So I think that if there was anything we could do to develop more affordable housing, that's key. I also see that, we've got issues with COVID. I'm not sure how long this is going to last. There's nobody has the answer to that. And because of that, the struggles to business is just unbelievable. I help out in our family business, and our tasting room, high rent, right next to Bouchon, it became a glorified shipping room for a year and a half, where we saw nobody it came in, and so we had to go ahead and pivot and do business differently. And it's a challenge for everybody: restaurants, hotels, wineries, wine tasting rooms, and I think that we're kind of on a renaissance right now, because there's some big things happening. Some properties have changed hands. We have some new owners coming in, and I think it's a really exciting time. And I think that we have an opportunity to really help these businesses if we can. And then thirdly, the residents. I think that the residents living here, their needs have to be spoken to and tended to, because hey, we're all residents here, and we want this town to be as enjoyable as we can, and our needs and concerns should be addressed. So, that's just as important as the businesses, because ultimately, as a town council member, we serve and we represent the residents. So that's a very important point.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now we're going to go to Councilmember Muller's question.
Thank you, Mayor. And hi, Doug. Nice to see you here this afternoon. Thanks for coming. So my question is, can you please share what you know about the town organization structure and the budget?
So I follow it on either through the new site, the Yonvillian, and then I also follow the minutes of the meetings. And so I'm pretty familiar with financially where we're at. I love looking forward to the budget. I believe you guys are working on the budget tonight, in fact, after this meeting. And that's always been concerns with me, because I run businesses, and to run 39 years, 2 dental practices, 20 plus years of wine business, and working on the boards that I do, budget and budgetary concerns are always big. It's number one priority. So there's a lot of policy decisions that have to be made. You have to, I commend you for all that you have done to go ahead and make sure that we have a surplus. That is, fiscally so strong and so important, because we never know when we're going to have to use that rainy day. When is that next downturn, either in the economy? Are we going to have that big earthquake? Is COVID going to strike again? How will that impact our town? What will it do to our budget, our income? And these are all issues that we have to address.
Thank you.
And I have the last question, Doug, and that is, please describe your experience, if any, serving in local municipal government. What is your understanding of the general operations of town government and its services and program delivery?
Okay, for local town government, I've always been on the sidelines. I've always followed. I'm a passionate, avid reader. I grew up with Bill Dodd. We were on the Little League Vichy Bumblebees together way back when. And I've followed his career and what he's done. and have a couple other patients that are congressmen throughout the country. And so I'm familiar with government through basically just my own research, reading. I have no time, I'm a rookie, in government itself. So this is another thing I want to tackle, and I think now's the best time for me in my life right now. It's perfect timing, but I have no experience in government right now.
Okay, well, thank you. Those are our questions, and I'd like to invite you, if you'd like to share a closing statement up to 1 minute.
Okay, I think, I just really want to stress how passionate I would be. I would really look forward to this. I'm tireless. You can't tire me out. I mean, I'm just, if you give me a task or a detail to do, or you need me to do more research, I'll do it. If I don't have the answers, I'll admit it. I'll ask as many people as I can. I respect you all as a team, and I feel that success is always, the best when we can work together. Even if we disagree, we still succeed. So I think it's a work in progress, and it's exciting. I look forward to the next few years and what can be accomplished.
Great, thank you very much. So that wraps up this portion of our interviewing, and we are going to excuse you from here for just a moment while we set up for our public comment. I believe, Samantha, we can invite all the applicants to have public access now, since we were keeping you all in the waiting room so that you would all have a fair, equal time answering questions. So what we're going to do is transition to public comment on this application process. I'm going to talk a little bit longer just to give everybody a chance if they are joining. Samantha, let me know if all the applicants are able to hear and see us now.
So I have to admit them and then put them in the attendees. So can you give me just a minute to bring them all in, and then I'll move them over?
Yes, I'll just remind folks what we're going to do next while you're doing that. And so we have received quite a few emails, and some, I believe, even hand-delivered written letters of public comment. We're going to read all those, as long as they are no more than 3 minutes each. So each of the written letters will be up to 3 minutes. I believe all of them are going to be under that. But we do want everyone's opinions that were sent to us on candidates to be heard. And so it may take us some time, but that's okay. It's important enough.
So Mayor, I am actually not able to move them from panelist to attendee. I can only do it the reverse.
So how do we allow them to, they don't have to, they're not going to be interactive with us, but we need to make sure that they can hear the public comments and deliberation.
So what I'm going to do is post the link for them to just sign on as an attendee.
Can you let them all back in right now into our room?
Yeah.
And then we tell them that they need to go do that?
Yep.
Okay. Because that, I think, is the faster way to at least get them all back to give them instruction.
I'm getting that link right now.
Okay, so I see that there's Rob. So welcome back, all of you. I invited you back into this platform, but I'm going to kick you back out again in a second. What we need to do to make sure that you're all able to now watch the meeting and hear it, you won't be interactively participating any longer, but I wanted to make sure that you are able to have time to reconnect. Samantha is going to provide to make sure you all have, and is it in the chat, Samantha?
Yeah, so they would visit the townofyountville.com/town council, and then you just join as an attendee. So then you'll be able to hear the meeting, and if needed, I can then pull you back in as a panelist. So in the event that the council does make a decision tonight and we need to pull that candidate back over for any reason, then, or the applicant, then we're able to do that if you join as an attendee.
So, yeah, thank you. So I see that two are still here. If you're able to find that in on the townofyountville.com website, townofyountville.com/town council.
/town council, and I also put it in the chat
Yes.
to everyone.
Yeah, if you wanted to click on the chat or copy and paste from the chat, or just go to that on our website, we'll give you a minute or two to do that. I'll tell you what, how does this sound, Samantha? If we take a very brief 3-minute break, we'll just plan on that so that all the applicants are able to get into the other platform. Well,
Perfect.
3 of the 4 have made it. Maybe we don't need to do that. Doug is still there. He's working on it. I know he's working on it.
Could we still take just a 3-minute comfort break?
Yeah, we'll take a quick 3-minute break. We'll be back in, let's see, it is 4:40. Please be back no later than 4:43, and we'll be right back and continue with our public comment on this item. Rob, I do think we're going to need to move you to a different spot, but you can hang in there right now until we get Samantha back. As soon as we get the council back, we will proceed. Well, Samantha, Rob is still in our room, so are you able to relocate him? Or he's back in the room?
There's Rob. So Rob, you're gonna need to log out and then join the meeting through townofyountville.com/town council as an attendee. Do you see the chat, Rob? In the chat, I put the link.
And the chat should be in the bottom middle portion of your Zoom screen in the black area below the images.
Dawn is back in here too.
I do think he left. And so are you able to see the attendees, Samantha?
Yeah, I believe I only see Joe. So
For folks watching, we're just waiting to make sure all the applicants are able to rejoin in the proper platform before we share all the public comments and deliberation on this this item. Do you see them all, Samantha?
I'm still only seeing Joe. Yvonne, do you happen to have an email for the candidate, for the applicants? That maybe we can email them all the link? Julie, maybe you do?
I do.
Okay, can you just
I got it.
email all
Yep.
four the link, just so that they have it then in front of them?
Yeah, we really would like to wait until they're all seen in the attendee space. Oh, Rob's back. He came back.
So Rob, we're gonna email you another link. So look at your email, and Julie Valdia is sending you a link to go in as an attendee.
You should be, you're muted, Rob, but you should be able to just click on that in the email when you receive it, and it should take you right there.
So Julie, it's that townofyountville.com/town council takes them directly to that.
And that'll be an active link they can just click on in the email, hopefully. Yeah.
So much simpler in person. Thank you for your patience.
And just for the audience and the council, we do have a number of emailed and written public comments. We're going to read all of them. And Yvonne and Julie are going to share that duty so that, because there are at least a couple dozen, I believe. And so some are very brief, some are a little longer, but we want to properly respect everyone's comments. So we're going to read them all into the record. And they will also be, they're being copied and included in the record as well of the meeting itself.
I have sent the email to all of the applicants.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And so Samantha, if you can just monitor, or Yvonne, and if we see all four names where we need to see them, please let me know and we'll proceed. And also I'll explain that the emails, all the public comments are going to be read chronologically, the order in which they were received by town staff. In some cases, they were written directly to council members and then they were forwarded, hopefully all of them were forwarded by the council to town staff. and some went directly to town staff. So if anything, there was a duplication of effort, but we wanted to make sure everyone that submitted, we received their comments. So if you're wondering in what order, originally it was going to be random, but I think to have an order, anything that had a time and date stamp on it, we were able to put in chronological order. There were a couple that were received in a format that doesn't allow for that, and they will be read at the end. And Hillary is back here, but we need you to be somewhere else.
I'm thinking what's happening is because they were registered into the meeting. So the only thing I can really think of, Mayor, is just to have them either all here or
Well, let's do
they
this.
can
Let's
watch.
do this. If the four applicants could just keep your cameras turned off and your audio off, because we are just trying to focus on the public comment portion right now. That way, it's basically the same as an attendee. So Rob, if you could just keep your audio off and turn your camera off, then we'll stop asking you to try to, we think you're doing exactly the right thing, but the system is not cooperating with what we want.
Yeah, it's not your fault, Rob. Sorry.
So you want me to mute and do what?
Just turn off your audio and your camera. So if you could just click on both those little icons. That way you're still able to hear us and see us, and now you're invisible to us. So great, thank you. And so do we, can we confirm that we have all four somewhere?
We do not have Mr. Yaris. Oh, there he is. We got him back. Dr. Yaris.
Okay, Doug, yeah, you already have your audio off and your camera off, so I think we're good. Yes? Julie,
Yes.
Samantha, Yvonne, okay. So as I was saying, to help kill time a little bit, we do have a number of public comments that have been submitted. I'll also ask, do we know, let me start this way, Yvonne. Do we know if anything else came in after you collected everything at 2 p.m.?
We haven't received any additional since then.
Great. Okay, so everything was gathered, collected, and organized chronologically, or with no timestamp on it, was put at the end of the pack. We're now going to hear Yvonne and Julie read them, alternating, and we'll be keeping a 3-minute timer on that, which is standard. I don't think we're going to get into the 3-minute area based on all the emails that I saw, but just to be make sure we're fair and limit public comment as we would if we're live. So with that, I'm not sure if Yvonne or Julie is starting, but let's go ahead and if you would read the, you don't need to say who it's written to. It was either written to council members or, but if you would just read the content and the people, because in some cases, a single email represented 2 or 3 people. So make sure you read the full content and the names, please.
Okay. Julie, you want me to go first?
Sure.
I can start. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so our first correspondence was received on January 22nd, and it's an open letter to the town council. States, over the years, I have watched from the sidelines as Yountville changed from an up-and-coming tourist spot to one of the top destinations in the country. During this process, there have been many changes to the town, mostly for the better, and some not so good. Yountville is now mostly a visitor serving place with only a few local servicing business remaining. This has exacerbated the split between locals and businesses, a split that needs attention. The council is in the middle and in control of this split. It has the difficult responsibility of balancing benefits of high income, thanks to the tourist dollars, against the needs of the local residents and the needs of the business community. The nature of the local residents is also changing. Where there used to be many families in town, there are now mostly second homes or retirement residents. The town must be responsive to the needs of these residents, which are different from the needs of the families. In addition, the business community is changing from small private businesses to major corporations that invest in tourist industry. This makes life for the council more difficult and typhus. I'm sorry. What is good for one is generally not good for the other. It takes a special perspective to see both sides of the issue and to weigh the benefits of each in order to make the best decision. Many of us can easily see the benefits to us given in a decision, but have a harder time seeing the value of something that does not benefit us. All of this leads me to focus on this letter. With the resignation of Vice Mayor Dorman, the council is clearly split down the middle. Whoever is selected as her replacement needs to be very familiar with the perspectives of both the locals and businesses. Ideally, this should be someone who already understands the town government and the council, as well as the changes and challenges of the town that the town is facing. One candidate stands out as excelling in these areas. Joe Tagliabassi has been a local resident and an employee of the town for years. He has responded to both local and tourism needs with equal commitment. Whether dealing with residential paving problems or beautification activities, he has consistently shown leadership and judgment. One need only look at the intersection of Yonge and Washington Streets to see the emphasis of both. In addition to all of this, Joe and Kathy are both active and committed locals, whether it be at the Visitor Center, Yountville, BOCI, or numerous charity fundraisers. I strongly encourage the council to select Joe as a replacement for Carrie. He has already shown the commitment, leadership, and knowledge necessary to help the council succeed in the coming years. And that's by Carol Johnson.
Okay, next message.
I think that was Carl Johnson, correct?
Oh,
Carl.
Oh yeah, Carl, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
Okay, this is from Megan Mason. This was received January 26th at 10:26 a.m. It is with great enthusiasm I am sending this email to you with my strong endorsement for Hillary Tripp to fill the vacant town council position. Hillary is an exemplary person with rich legal, financial, and environmental background, having attended Harvard Law School and graduated from UC Berkeley Law School. She has volunteered for numerous local organizations, Yountville Zoning Design Review Board, Measure O Oversight Committee, Yountville Chamber of Commerce, and Stellina Service Dogs. Hillary has served and worked with various boards and small businesses during her working career in the Bay Area, including a term as Planning Commissioner for the City of Orinda and a member of the Rent Board for Oakland. The town of Yountville would be fortunate to have such expertise, knowledge, and commitment with Hillary Tripp on our town council. Hillary is a team player who listens, collaborates, and truly cares about the future of Yountville. We need Hillary on our town council. Please vote for Hillary Tripp for town council. Thank you, Megan Mason.
The next one is, it is with great pleasure that I compose this letter of public comment and recommendation for Hillary Tripp. Her genuine desire to serve as our town is a gift to those who live here and work here. Hillary is professional, experienced in areas of law, business, and finance. She is open-minded, fair, non-judgmental, positive, selfless, and wise. Hillary is able, willing, and eager to serve the community of Yountville. This has been demonstrated by her seriousness of purpose as volunteer on Yountville's Zoning and Design Review Board and the Chamber of Commerce Welcome Center. I wholeheartedly appeal to the decision-making intelligence of each current council member to vote Hillary Tripp into the current available seat. I promise that you will be very glad you did. And this is from Dr. Judith Caldwell.
Okay, next is from Thomas Keller, dated January 28th. Staff, it is obvious to me that Hillary Tripp would make an outstanding council member in Yountville. As a former business attorney, Hillary was educated in environmental law and land use. During her career, she had successfully represented many businesses and served as assistant general counsel for C&H Sugar Company here in California. As you are well aware, I own several businesses in Yountville and would be most comfortable having a council member with a legal background here, someone who is familiar with all it takes to successfully operate a business. Hillary also understands finance. She was a senior manager in the Finance Department of California, Office of the President. With a solid knowledge of business, finance, state and local law, ZDRB requirements and procedures, the Yountville Chamber of Commerce, and a professional willingness to serve our wonderful town, I completely support Hillary Tripp as a council member. Therefore, I highly recommend that each current council member consider voting for Hillary Tripp to fill the current currently vacant seat. Thank you very much for your consideration. My very best, Thomas Keller.
The next one is, this email is in support of Joe Taklibashi for the upcoming Town of Yountville Council appointment. Joe and his wife Kathy are very important members of the community, actively involved and in touch with residents, business, and visitors. I believe Joe is the right person for the job with previous experience as our Public Works Director. He knows what our town needs. Thank you so much for your time. Louis Portilla.
Next is from Inez Bracco in support of Joe Tagliabashi. Our town council, or our town of Yountville is fortunate to have most qualified candidate to complete the composition of our town council. As a retired director of public works and a longtime resident, Joe Tagliabashi comes with unique insight to identify and address the immediate and future issues of our community. Familiarity with governmental and budgetary processes, the recognition of resident businesses and visitor interest, as well as dedication, integrity, humility, and fairness define the qualifications of our town council members. Please recognize that Joe meets these qualifications and give him your vote for a seat on the Yountville Town Council. Thank you for your attention, Inez Bracco.
First, let me say how thrilled I am that we have so many candidates interested in serving our town. Thanks to all for being willing to take on such a time-consuming and demanding job. I would like to voice my support for one of those candidates, Hillary Tripp. In considering someone to complete Carrie Dorman's term, it seems that we should attempt to appoint someone with concerns, values, and credentials similar to Ms. Dorman's. Ms. Tripp seems to fill that bill as a woman with a legal background, knowledge of government public processes, Yountville ZDRB experience, and the desire to place Yountville residents, voters first among equals. Her experience as a planning commissioner could indefinitely be valuable for what our town is facing in the next couple of years. I think she would be an independent and fresh perspective to the council. I urge you to appoint Ms. Tripp to this vacant position. Holly Hanson.
Next, dear sirs, my wife and I are part-time residents and owners of property in Yountville. We are writing to you on behalf of Joe Tagliabashi, who has applied to fill a vacant position on the Yountville Town Council. We have known Joe and his wife for over 10 years as neighbors and friends. They are longtime residents of Yountville. Joe is known for his wonderful and friendly personality, as well for his intellect and deep experience, having served our country in the Navy, obtained his MBA while working full-time several years ago. As you are well aware, Joe has served the Yountville community for many years, most recently as the head of public works. During that period, we have benefited from the significant improvements and contributions to the beauty and functionality of Yountville due largely to his leadership in that role. His perspectives are also influenced by the fact that Joe has worked in both private and public sector in the Bay Area, helping many cities and counties improve and execute on significant infrastructure and planning projects. As a member of the board of directors for our condominium association, we have been able to observe his ability to thoughtfully analyze issues and challenges that arise and to provide cogent advice and counsel to help formulate his consensus and compromise that lead to good solutions. As a member of the town council, he would be a valuable addition and asset to help his good work for the community and the town of Yountville. Thank you for your consideration and best regards, Tom and Liza Lehman.
I would like to lend my support to the idea of having Joe Tagliabashi fill the now vacant seat left from Carrie Dorman's departure. Joe has always been a straightforward person to deal with and has a very deep knowledge of the workings of the town of Yountville at all levels. He would add a superior level of continuity to our existing council and aid in the resolve of ongoing issues and long-range planning. Regards, Michael Jordan.
Okay, dear town council, regarding the upcoming appointment to the vacant council seat, we highly suggest Hillary Tripp as an excellent choice. Her resume is outstanding and the town would be very lucky to have someone on the council with her experience. In the short period of time she has been here, she has quickly immersed herself in Yountville, serving as a member of the Measure S Committee, ZDRB, and as Chamber Welcome Center volunteer. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise in many different areas that are critical for the town: budgets, legal planning, business experience, risk management, and public process. Her statement that she believes residents and voters are first among equals in terms of the stakeholders in town governance, balanced against her business sense, is unique. She would bring a fresh voice to the council, has no strings attached to anyone on the council or town staff. Please consider voting for Hillary. Thank you, Lloyd Penrod and Debbie Wellborn.
I'd like to add my name to the list of supporters for Joe Tagliabasci's selection to fill the resulting vacancy after Carrie Dorman's early resignation from the town council. I believe Joe is a great person, not only due to his extensive knowledge of our town, but more importantly, I believe he will best represent me as an individual. Each of the other applicants are very impressive, which is heartening for the future. But for now, I want a tried and true person who has already won my trust and support through the years of dealing with him directly on town matters. And that's from Raylene Jordan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you so
And,
much.
sorry, Julie, just for a quick second, just for the record, Ray Ellen Jordan.
Right, yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Thank you so much for your continued service to the town of Yountville. I wanted to send a note in regard to the vacant seat on the town council and send my support for Joe Tagliabasci. Joe's experience as Public Works Director, as well as his reputation as being kind and fair with high integrity, makes him the perfect candidate for this position and will benefit the town of Yountville. Joe's appointment will allow the town council to quickly get back to the important work ahead. Thank you for your consideration. Vivian Rittendale.
Via this email, I would like to state my support in filling the open council position vacated by Carrie Dorman with Hillary Tripp. I feel as a resident, she has demonstrated the best interest in representing the residents, a qualification I also admired in Carrie. Taking the time to review her background, I feel she is the only candidate that will demonstrate the ability to represent the residents of Yountville while having the background balancing finances from her reporting to the Chief Financial Officer at the University of California. I could take the time to list her many activities here in Yountville, but as you know, those exceed those of many other candidates, but include one very important qualification, in my opinion, that sums them all up: trust, respect, and a passion for the betterment of the town of Yountville and those living here. That's from Bruce Donsker.
Okay. Next, as full-time residents in Yountville, we highly recommend Joe Tagliabasci to replace Carrie Dorman's open position. He's a strong member of our community with the knowledge and background to enhance Yountville's future growth. Best regards, Bruce Gatchell and Adrian Witt.
Dear Town Council, in October of 2017, I moved to Yountville as a refugee from Atlas Peak and consider it one of my best life decisions. I love Yountville and commend you for governing it so well. I am writing to urge your appointment of Hillary Tripp to the current vacancy. I met her shortly after she moved here. She has integrity, compassion, experience, and the skills to serve this community at this time. She is creative, ethical, collaborative, and very articulate and intelligent. And that's from Maureen Grinnell.
I'd like to support Joe Tagliabasci as our town's newest council member. I've lived in Yountville since 1994 at Vista Condominiums. During that time, I've known Joe as a neighbor and as a condo board member. I believe Joe is uniquely suited for council service for the following: he speaks respectfully with others, he has a positive attitude, he is a problem solver and works towards consensus. Number two, Yountville has been his home for decades. He knows the history of our town. He loves living here. 3, he understands interacting with the public through his years as Public Works Director. This professional experience also means he knows how the town works and where the bodies are buried at Pioneer Cemetery. In summary, Joe Tagliabasci has the personal and professional attributes to be a valuable member of the Yountville Town Council. Chris Burdett.
I'm writing concerning the election of an applicant to fill the vacant council seat. I would like to voice my support for Hillary Tripp to fill that seat. Of all the candidates, Hillary has the background experience in volunteerism that residents want to see in a potential council member. There is something extra that comes through on Hillary's application and candidates. is drive and commitment. Though Hillary has not been a resident as long as those on the current council, she has sought out ways to integrate and serve. Even that volunteer service in town reflects the balance she can bring when on the council. For business, Chamber of Commerce, Chamber Welcome Center, for residents, ZDRB, and for the long-term health and sustainability of the community, Measure S Committee. Her qualifications are specific to the task of council member and yet in broad scope to be able to see the big picture. She has experience in regulations and accountability required by a public agency. She has experience working with and being responsible to boards for large budgets. She has experience in land use and regulatory agencies. She has worked with action groups charged with creating workable systems with attainable goals and roadmaps to accomplish change. In short, she has the experience to dive in and be a contributing member of the council from day one. When appointing an otherwise elected representative, the 4 current members of the council are charged with a sacred trust. The community is depending on you to weigh the candidates accurately and fairly. Please consider the stellar background, experience, and qualifications, the volunteerism, and the drive to serve that Hillary Tripp is offering to our community. She is the superior candidate and one who will be an asset to the Yountville Town Council. And that's from Pam Reeves.
Okay, I believe that Hillary Tripp should fill the vacant council seat. She will bring a well-rounded breadth of experience to the council with a legal background in both the public and private spheres. This will be a huge asset as the town faces many complicated issues in the near future. Hillary is committed to having honest, thoughtful discussions so that we as a town can navigate the uncertain waters ahead. Thank you, Seth Tencher.
I have finished reading the applications from 5 residents who are seeking the council vacancy before you. They all seem to be upstanding and capable candidates who could do an adequate job. One candidate stands out amongst them all, and that is Hillary Tripp. It seems appropriate to replace a woman with a woman. But more than that, it seems to me that Hillary can fill the council's mission of being open-minded and looking forward. She views the future as a challenge, but can work collaboratively and timely to achieve goals. She's a fast learner and has worked on budget processes before. Hillary Tripp stands out as a prospective listener and will hear that segment of residents who frequently are not heard. I urge you to appoint Hillary Tripp to the vacancy before you today. And that's from Billy Hewitt.
Okay, my vote for the town council seat is Joe Tagliabashi. Knowing Joe for many years, both socially and professionally, I believe he's the most suited candidate for the town council position. He did an amazing job working for the town, and he was on the board of directors at my condo complex. He's level-headed, personal, and is familiar with a lot of town issues. Thanks for your consideration, Jan Kahn.
The purpose of this email is to advocate for the appointment of Joe to the vacant council seat. As a Yountville residents, we feel strongly that Joe fits the bill. Joe and his wife Kathy are very active members of our Yountville community. Further, during Joe's tenure as Public Works Director, we saw many accomplishments. For instance, the town of Yountville saw the highest road ratings in all of Napa County. Joe is more in touch with the community of businesses, residents, and our visitors than any other applicant. Thus, we strongly recommend that he be appointed. Thanks for your consideration, Kevin and Stephanie Zoka.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to show my support for Joe Tagliabashi to be appointed. At this time, Joe's experience is exactly the qualification we need to fill this vacant seat and make some very important decisions. Joe's tenure as Public Works Director and a very active, sorry, it was cut off, resident dedication, what we need. Joe is more in touch with the community of businesses, residents, and visitors. It's cut off again. It says, for the member we need for Yountville. Thank you for your consideration, Linda and Michael Green.
I believe that Hillary Tripp is the best candidate to fill the seat vacated by Carrie Gorman. I met Hillary at the local current events class, part of the Golden Ticket program. She is a great listener, very well educated, and committed to the future of Yountville. I appreciate her involvement in local events and her commitment to the residents of this town. I think her business background would be an asset to the town council and that she would bring a fresh perspective. Joe Takebashi is another great candidate. He was instrumental to our success banning gas-powered leaf blowers. However, given his recent retirement from the town Public Works Department and his close connections to the mayor and the city manager, it seems a bit more appropriate to choose someone independent. I would look forward to you supporting Joe Takebashi for the next seat that comes available. And that's from Doyaline Marchbanks.
Okay, I am writing in regards to the council's upcoming decision to fill the vacant council seat. While I recognize the choice of council member will be determined by current members, I want to provide my endorsement of Mr. Joe Tagliabashi. Mr. Tagliabashi's prior service to our town, his understanding of our community needs, and his ability to engage residents of all demographics makes him best candidate to step into this role. I have been a resident of Yountville for nearly 10 years and have known Mr. Tagliabashi since he first began working in our Public Works Department. I have no doubt he will serve our town with the same dedication, effectiveness, and care as a council member as he demonstrated as our Public Works Director. I respectfully ask that the council choose him as the next member. Thank you, Joe Cruz.
We highly recommend Joe Tagliabashi for the Yountville Town Council. Since our return to Yountville 4 years ago, we have become acquainted with Joe in two ways: through his work as Director of Public Works and as a friend and neighbor. In both areas, we have found his conduct to be exceptional. We have found him to be responsive when called upon to address the small issues such as an overflowing refuse container at a park after a busy weekend, and have watched from the sidelines as large construction projects updating the town's infrastructure take place. We have watched him in situations from fire to flood and have appreciated how tall he has stood in those situations. In our interactions with him, he has been receptive to concerns no matter how small and takes this time to search for solutions. We believe the council will benefit from having an experienced individual who maintains a friendly, collegiate attitude and that has already engaged with the present members. Having council members who can disagree without rancor and work progressively for benefit of the community is one of the most important qualifications in these most disagreeable times. Joe is that individual. That's from Tom and Carol Shermaine.
Okay, appoint Hillary Tripp to the town council. Why? Change in the members of the town council means change in council dynamics, and that leads to changes in how the council makes decisions, manages conflicts, solves problems, interacts with and manages staff, and importantly, the extent of which it listens to, engages with, and responds to the input of town residents and other stakeholders. Listening doesn't just mean not interrupting while someone else speaks. It means one has a mindset of genuine curiosity, so one can learn about, from, and with others. That means setting aside judgments, assumptions, so the council and staff can learn. When residents raise issues, ideas, concerns, feedback, my vision is the council shifts individually and collectively how it responds to responding with genuine curiosity. So council and staff can learn and make more fully informed decisions that builds trust, engagement, and fosters innovation. This can lead to reduced costs too. To that end, I ask that you appoint Hillary, one who is able to build the council's effectiveness and improve its dynamics, including how it solicits and responds to resident input. She brings with financial acumen, business savvy, and expertise, along with extensive community service experience. Thank you for being part of what makes Yountville run. I imagine it isn't easy or always fun. What you do does matter, and I hope it's rewarding for each of you. Carrie Hayes.
For the vacant seat on the town council, please appoint an experienced and knowledgeable person. Please appoint a person that is thoughtful, respectful, and personable. Please appoint a person who will be able to immediately get the work done for the budget, housing element, water, sewer, rate review, and the day-to-day work of the council. Please appoint the person who will be independent, who will be an independent thinker and base their decisions on the facts at hand and what's best for the community of Yountville. That person is Joe Tagliabashi.
And who was that from?
I'm sorry, that's from Sean Larkin.
Thank you.
Okay, I am writing in support of appointing Joe Tagliabashi to town council this evening. He is an independent thinker, he is community-based, and he listens to everyone. He will be able to immediately jump in and take care of our community without having to go through the learning curve that others would have to go through. Thank you for your consideration. Joe Wallace.
We strongly urge you to select Joe Tagliabashi to fill the town council seat recently vacant by Karen Dorman. The town is fortunate to have a number of strong and committed individuals who have expressed interest in this position, but in our opinion, Joe possesses the experience, temperament, and knowledge Yountville needs in the present moment. More than any other candidate, Joe knows Yountville pretty much every square inch of the town and most everyone. For 30 years, he's matched his professional knowledge with a passion for making Yountville a better community and a long list of results to speak to his commitment. As a council member, we believe Joe will carefully balance the needs of the town residents with the resources and challenges that come along with robust wine, culinary, and tourism economy. Joe is one of the most respectful, active listeners we know and can be trusted to make independent judgments with the best interests of Yountville in mind. He is a very straight shooter and will show all of us the respect of explaining why he might not agree or disagree on an issue. This kind of honest talk is in short supply in the current political climate, and we believe Yountville can count on Joe to uphold a level of debate and discussion that's respectful and calm, yet action-oriented. Joe has earned a bit of rest after a busy career and an eventful life. We appreciate that he wants to continue servicing the town and encourage you to take him up on that offer. And this is from Deborah Smith and Larry Kamer.
My husband and I are residents at 6703 Yount Street and have lived in Yountville since 2019. We have had several opportunities to engage with Hillary Tripp and wanted to share our endorsement for her application to fill the vacant town council seat. I have personally volunteered with Hillary at the Visitor Center, where I got to know her and see her work with tourists and residents. My husband and I have also worked with her in her role on Yountville Zoning Design Review Board. In both cases, she engaged with us and others with great empathy and listening skills and applied a pragmatic and thorough approach to solving problems. She gets both my husband and my endorsement for her to be appointed to the new open seat and would get both of our votes in a town council election. Please forward this endorsement to the town council as they prepare to take a vote on 2-1 to fill the open seat. Best, Andrea and Joe Holko.
I am pleased to provide this comment in support of Hillary Tripp's application for appointment to the currently vacant town council seat. I know you are all well aware of her impressive educational background and her extensive and relevant experience. Further, you have no doubt noticed that she has demonstrated a consistent commitment to giving back to the communities in which she's lived, Yountville included. She offers a fresh eye to many issues that challenge the council and our community. Hillary will comfortably and effectively offer an independent perspective as she works collaboratively with fellow council members and with the Yountville community at large. I wholeheartedly recommend her to you for this very important appointment, and that's from Sandy Fagan.
It is with great pleasure that I write this letter in support of Joe T. for the open council seat. When someone answers the phone with, "How can I help?" it pretty much sums up what they're about in my book. Joe has made significant contributions to the town by his service as Public Works Director. He is well prepared at council meetings when presenting staff reports, answering questions, and carrying out public works projects. In addition, Joe has lived in Yountville a long time and has seen a lot of changes. Because of this experience, he knows what works for all of us and can bring this knowledge to serve we residents with a balanced approach. Joe will serve Yountville well as a member of the Yountville Town Council. Thoughtfully and sincerely, from Carol Fink, Lois Riker, and Rosemary Walters.
On behalf of Jessup Cellars and Handwritten Wines, we would like to express our full support for Joe Tagliabashi for Town Council. Joe has an outstanding member of our community for over 30 years. In his role as Public Director, he deeply cared for our town's safety, security, and accessibility. Honesty, integrity, and passion are at the core of Joe's qualities, and we feel they are aligned perfectly with the core values of the town. Serving as a council member is one of the most important roles within our town, and it's critical we elect someone with experience and knowledge. For decades, Joe has been a resident and part of the Public Works Administration for close to 10 years. We feel this gives him a keen understanding of our community, who we are, and how we navigate our evolution the best. We support Joe for town council. Thank you for your time and consideration. And this is from Tracy McArtley. Believe that's the last letter.
That's it.
And
Yeah.
just to be clear, the last, Tracy McCardle, for the record.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay, so, and we received none other than that.
I'm gonna check one more time
Okay.
before we get off of this topic. Okay, none there. I think that's it.
Okay. Yvonne and Julie, thank you so much for reading through all those. I think it's really important that we all hear the messages shared by our residents. So thank you for that. So now it's before the council for consideration. So I'll invite comments and discussion. And then once all of us have a chance to comment, then I'll entertain a motion on this item. So
Mayor, did you want to offer the people in the attendees, they can raise their hand if they would like to make a verbal public comment before you finish?
sure. Yeah, that was one of our platforms. So if anyone is an attendee that wasn't represented by a comment already, I'll give you just a moment. You can raise your virtual hand. I don't see any being raised. So we will go ahead and proceed with deliberation. So would a council member like to begin sharing comments, or shall I select someone? Council member Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I appreciate, all four candidates that we interviewed today, and so they all have experience and a passion for our community. I guess right now I'm not sure if we're looking for just discussion between council, mayor, or are we looking for our statement or thoughts about a particular candidate? Are you or questions that we have?
I'm offering the opportunity for you to share your thoughts before anyone makes a motion to appoint someone. So now would be the time for you to share your thoughts about either any one or all the candidates.
Okay. Thank you. Now I understand. Thank you. I appreciate you, maybe your patience. I wrote a few things down. It's important that I want to be sure I get my points across. So as I said earlier, as a community, we should all be very impressed and thankful for the 4 applicants today for town council. They are thoughtful, people of integrity, experienced, and have a willingness to serve and are passionate about our community. We have received many letters of support for Hillary and Joe. Thank you for all the letters for both candidates. I support Hillary Tripp for the town council appointment because it is evident that she has extensive experience in business and public affairs, including risk and budget management of 200 million plus budgets and leadership volunteering for public agencies as diverse as Oakland, Orinda, and now here at home in Yountville. She will offer innovative and fresh ideas. But what I am most impressed by reading Ms. Tripp's application and talking to her recently, she clearly explained how her career and volunteer experience will help the town council and our community listen better, dialogue, and more actively collaborate to discover the questions and answers to the challenges we face in the future. Dialogue, listening, collaborate. That's how we best represent the community. I recognize Joe has served for 30 years and lived in this community. He has community knowledge and experience. When we talk Sunday, I encourage Joe to run for mayor or council. That is when we need him most. We have many years of local institutional knowledge and experience on this council now. But in November, the mayor and 2 council member seats will be up for election. We will need people like Joe to run for council and serve the community then. My vote today for Hillary is to support transformative change on council now in 10 months of former Vice Mayor Dorman's term. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see any hands raised. I'm seeing a nod. Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also want to comment on, we originally had 5 candidates. It was amazing to me to see that many people come out. It really shows how many people are very interested in Yountville. They want to serve Yountville and help us do our job. And that says a lot about not only the community engagement, but the willingness of people to do this job. So thank you to all 5. It's unfortunate that one dropped out due to some technical issues today, but again, thanks to all the candidates for taking their time, giving it thought, and coming to talk to us today. So I think there's a couple things here that, I'm kind of focusing on. And one is certainly, this is a position right now that whoever we select will be in for 10 months. And probably well before that 10 months, if they think that this is something they really like, and they've all certainly expressed that, and probably just, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months, they're going to be thinking about running for a council seat. So everyone's going to have that equal opportunity, but right now we've got 10 months to fill the job. We've got, I really liked the question that Councilmember Dornbecker asked about, the top 3 things before us. So we've already had our very first meeting on the budget. We love our budget meetings. They tell us a lot. And I hope we have even half of the people that commented today come out and give us some comments on the budget. I would love to hear that. So please, people, stay engaged. I'm out here listening. So tell us what you would like. We've also are going to be starting our very important process on our housing element. And there is certainly a lot to learn on that. And there's going to be a lot of community engagement on that. And there's going to be a steep learning curve, I think, for the community. And the town is, we have consultants that are going to help us all put our heads together and figure out, and we're all going to learn, and we're all going to figure out how we are going to put this together. So I see those as the immediate needs, and I'm so ever hopeful that we are going to be emerging from this pandemic. And to me, that is the most important thing, that we get out and see our old friends, make some new friends, and just really have a lot of community engagement. So with all that said, I would certainly think that Joe Tagliabacci can step in right away and get this work done. I know we all have community engagement that we're going to be participating in, but right now there's just a lot of work and short period of time for, we're even gonna, as somebody mentioned earlier, start talking about the budget later today. So it's a steep learning curve with all this. I thought I was like the brightest bulb on the street after all my campaigning and sitting in the council chambers. Then I got elected and boom, the decisions happen. You've got to be ready. They're there. And that's why I think that Joe can step into that and get us through these next 10 months. And then I certainly hope we have, again, a very robust group of people coming out. And as Councilmember Knight said, we have The mayor's seat is open and 2 council seats. And I also kind of remember back when I was first on the council, Steve Rosa was on the council. Steve Rosa, he and I, when I was sitting in the audience years and years ago watching, he was in Public Works. And then he also, when he retired, decided to join the council. He really brought a great, interesting perspective. And I was quite, impressed that somebody, who used to be staff was now going to be on the council. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dornbecker.
Thank you. I too am so impressed with the level of intelligence and commitment of the candidates who step forward. I think we're very, very fortunate to have that kind of talent in the town of Yountville, and I'm really glad to hear it. My perspective is that we have had a lot of change, especially in the top management, in the staff in the town. With the retirement of our city clerk and also the planning director, and also Joe Taliabashi when he was the public works director. And there are new people in many of the top management positions in the town of Yountville. And while that's really great, I think that there's a certain amount of institutional knowledge and historical knowledge that need to be, that are stabilizing for our town staff and for the running of the town operations right now. And we have the budget starting right away. So personally, I believe that Joe Taliabachi is the best candidate for this 10-month period while we transition to having as much, talent and accomplish as much as we need to do with the housing element and the budget and everything that we have to get done. So I've known Joe for many years, and I find him, really great guy. I think that Hillary is a wonderful candidate, and I am really hopeful that she will run in November. I urge her to do so. And I think that, the town will benefit from having the stability of having the whole council have the institutional knowledge and the commitment that we will all have. So my vote is for Joe Taliabachi.
Thank you. I'm going to share some comments about each of the candidates because I want to recognize it's not easy to push yourself forward and offer to have a significant impact on your personal life by joining a town council. Those of us that have served and are serving understand it. And dare I say, it's always more than you think. The personal sacrifice and commitment, we all sign up for it, but we don't all understand it until we're in it. And I want to thank all of our 5 applicants and the 4 that continued through today. I want to recognize Don Moore, and it was, we respect his decision to regrettably remove himself from the process, but thank him. Also, I do feel very inspired by the quality of candidates that we have before us. I want to thank, I'm going to go reverse order from our interviews. Doug Yaris, I've known Doug for many years, friends, as I think it was Joe that said, kind of hard not to be familiar and have friendships when you're in a small community like ours. So it's not a surprise, but I believe everything Doug is saying about his passion and compassion for Yountville. I respect the fact that he's invested literally and financially in our community to make it better. And I really respect that when somebody doesn't just talk about it, but actually delivers. And I've seen in real time his love of serving people, whether it be professionally or personally. And so thank you, Doug, for stepping up and trying to get your rookie season started in public service. But then I want to move on to Hillary, and I agree that Hillary has a lot of talent, and I'm impressed by her background, both as an attorney and also risk management and other, what I'll say, corporate settings. And I appreciate that she has stepped forward in various ways, either volunteering, and certainly I saw her repeatedly volunteering at public health clinics here in Yountville. That's not easy to do either. I want to say thank you and respect that. I do feel, though, that Hillary needs more time to become more familiar with Yountville and the workings of Yountville. And I can tell by her level of intelligence and commitment to town that it won't take long. And so I, again, I applaud Hillary for stepping forward in her interest in this appointment. And, there's certainly bright days ahead as you continue to, share your passion for Yountville. I'm going to skip over Joe for a moment. Rob Stout. Rob is a very impressive individual. He brings many, many years of experience, direct municipal experience that I find critically important in this appointment because we literally have business tonight and tomorrow, and we need somebody who is really familiar with that. Rob has those credentials. I respect his military service. We know that our veterans are the real heart and soul of our community. And so I appreciate Rob for all he's done in his life up to this date, and also what he's willing to continue doing for our community. I have a lot of respect for Rob. And I would encourage him also to continue his efforts to run for a public elected office if that's what you want to do in the future. My vote, though, today is going to be for Joe Tagliabashi. And I find Joe to be the most experienced, most qualified person, and I think with some distance from the others. Not only as he shared a long and honorable Navy career, 30 plus years living here in Yountville, and 7 years as our public works director. I remember being on this dais, July 20th, when we all held up Joe's face on sticks and celebrated Joe as a person, Joe as a professional, and a dedicated servant to Yountville and to the Napa Valley. And that was inspiring to me. He knows the history of this town. He's been here for decades. He knows certainly more. I've been here for 23 years, and I pale in comparison to the knowledge Joe has about not only the physical community in which we live, but the people and the history of the families throughout the valley, really, but especially in Yountville. Critical to my decision is Joe knows the budget. Joe knows our municipal operations. He knows our staff. He knows the council. He knows our residents. And he also knows, and this is also very important, we really haven't heard anything about this yet, he has relationships throughout Napa County and even beyond Napa County. That matters to us in Yountville. We need to be able to work with our colleagues throughout the valley. And he can do that immediately because he's been doing it for years. And that includes the city of Napa and his other municipal experience. as was referenced, when you have somebody that answers, "This is Joe, how can I help?" to every phone call, you're getting the right person that's committed to serving all of our residents. And, you know, we hear a little bit of talk about wanting to make sure residents' voices are heard. And I've said repeatedly over my 18 years on this council, I hear every resident. We don't always agree, and that should be okay. But we should do it respectfully, and we should do it not holding over one decision to the next decision. We need to be honest and honorable and respectful. Joe has all those qualities. And so I know I am very satisfied to support Joe based on his qualifications as well as his intangibles. He's a great person, and we'll see that in how he represents the council and our community. I feel like he's the only candidate that we could swear in today, have him join our council right now, and know the issues and speak to them smartly and with knowledge. And so that's also important, because this is a 10-month term. We can't wait a few months of that 10 months so someone is getting up and running and familiar. We have budget decisions immediately. We have housing element decisions immediately. We are still working on our economic recovery from a global pandemic. All these things have factored into my support for Joe. And by supporting one, it sounds like we're not supporting the others. I feel like all of us consider all the candidates to be strong, representation of our Yountville community. So I want to thank everyone for that. But I will be supporting Joe to join our council tonight. So unless somebody else has, oh, yes, Councilmember Mueller, do you have further comments or a motion?
No further comments. I'm just ready to make a motion when you're ready, Mayor.
If we don't have any other comments, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we appoint Joe Tagliabacci to the open council seat.
And
I'll
so
second.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Dornbecker, go ahead.
I second the motion to appoint Joe to the open seat.
Okay, so I'm going to call on Gary in a second, but a motion by Councilmember Mueller, second by Councilmember Dornbecker. Gary, I want to clarify, I believe we need to do this with a minute order. Could you basically clarify the language we need for the motion and the second?
The motion made this way that will be recorded in the minutes that are approved at a subsequent meeting will be sufficient. You're going to do a roll call vote to do that.
Okay, so you're satisfied with the language from Councilmember Mueller, seconded by Councilmember Dornbecker?
Yes.
Okay. So Yvonne, if you would please make a roll call vote for that. Typically, we go with the motioner, followed by the seconder, and then the remaining council, and my vote would be last, but
Okay. Councilmember Mueller,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight,
No.
and Mayor Dunbar.
yes.
Okay, so that's 4-1. I mean, excuse me, 3-1.
Yeah, that does pass
Mayor?
3-1.
Mayor, I have a request.
Councilmember, hold on just a
thank you.
second. Hold on just a second. Councilmember Knight, hold on just a second. I want to make sure we get this vote properly recorded. There's a 3-1 vote
Yes.
to appoint Joe
Oh,
Tagliabacci to the council. And we'll be following up with additional protocol. Yes, Councilmember Knight.
Yep, Mayor, I have a request and a question. I recognize the vote is taken, but I would like to ask to be able to, the process to be able to change my vote.
So first, let me turn the lights on. Okay. That was a dramatic moment. So Gary, can you explain, with the vote having been cast, what would be required for consideration of the vote?
So for that particular action, it would need to be a motion to reconsider, which would have to be made and seconded by someone, one of the three who voted for it to go forward. I don't believe there's a procedure in the protocols for changing the vote. In other
Okay,
words.
it's, thank you, Mayor. I'm still mean to be dramatic about this. Didn't intend to change my vote for the person I voted for. It was just my effort to say, in terms of possibly voting present, to say that that I would do that, one, to honor the fact that honor our new colleague on the council and my willingness to work with him, and secondly, to honor the fact that former Vice Mayor Dorman endorsed Joe for the replacement for her seat, and that was my effort on that part. But because it's more complicated, I'll stand by my vote. But I just wanted to be able to express that that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So either Steve or Gary, if you could just run through how we're going to handle the oath of office for Mr. Tagliabashi.
Yes, Yvonne is prepared to read the oath of office, which newly appointed, and I'm going to have a challenge as everybody else saying, Councilmember Tagliabashi will be able to read, and then afterwards we will follow up with the formal document and the signature of the oath of office requirement. Gary, anything else we need to add to that?
Nope.
And then I will also, as would be normal, I will reach out and we will schedule a orientation. Councilmember Tagliabashi will need to come in to get signed on to the various town programs and structures as a council member. So we'll have to go through that process. So there will be some onboarding, processing, and orientating. But for tonight's activities, we will administer the oath, and then Joe will be able to be admitted as a panelist to the meeting and participate and vote on those further actions coming forward tonight.
So thank you. What I want to do is communicate with Samantha how we're managing to add Councilmember Tagliabashi and to thank and with our great appreciation dismiss the other applicants from the panelist part of the meeting.
So yeah, they can just go ahead and log off, or I'll remove them, and then Joe can turn his camera and sound on, and he will be there on the screen.
Okay.
It just feels a little strange to remove them, but thank you.
That's well, and it's okay if they want to stay on with cameras off. We just want to make sure that cameras off and audio off, so we're treating them properly as members of the public watching. But that's fine if they want to stay on as is. But if we could have, so I'm just now seeing, okay, there he is. Joe, congratulations on your appointment. Thank you very much for stepping forward and your interest in joining the council. We have some procedure for you right now. If you are ready.
I am.
Okay. So I think we're going to hand this off to Yvonne. Are you ready to?
Yes, I'm ready.
Minister?
Yes. Okay. If you will please raise your right hand, I will read the oath of office. And when I'm finished, I will ask you if you will.
Can you hold on 1 second, please? Can you hold on 1 second? I'm sorry. Hey, can you take a picture? All right.
Okay, so I'm going to read the oath of office, and when I finish, you can respond with I do or I will. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you will take this obligation freely and without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Congratulations, Councilmember Tagliabacci.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll do my best to uphold the honor of the position. I'm honored to be here, and I'm excited to get to work with y'all, and I'll try to make you all proud.
Thank you. And we'll be sure to stage a proper photo for you in the council chambers when we can do that safely.
Well, the good news is, as I was waiting in the waiting room, the governor looks like he lifted the mask mandate for vaccinated people indoors. So it's the beginning of a very good night.
That's excellent. I was, we heard from County Public Health, it would more likely be February 15th. So it's a good way to start the month.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
That's, I was hoping that I could extend a thank you to all of the candidates, Dr. Yaris and Rob and everyone, because they really are an incredible group. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And, we appreciate your all stepping up. Thank you.
And Mayor, I'd like to also second Councilmember Dornbecker's comments. Thank you for the applicants and welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Councilmember Mueller.
Love you, Joe. Welcome aboard, and get your calculator out. We're going to go to work right away.
I'm ready.
All right, great.
Looking forward to it.
Okay. The next, we get right to business now. So next is consideration of appointment of a council member to vice mayor position to complete the remainder of the existing vice mayor's term. Steve, did you want to start with an explanation for how we got here? And Councilor Dornbecker, I think you still have your hand up.
Yeah.
So Steve?
Briefly, Mayor, Council, the council protocols do request that the council, as timely as appropriate, to have a vice mayor so that in the absence of the mayor, that there is a structure. Earlier, the council deadlocked 2-2, and the determination at that time was made not to proceed with discussing further the vote of a vice mayor until the full council, 5 members. So the item is now back on the agenda so that the council has the opportunity to discuss the appointment of a vice mayor and proceed if they so desire.
Thank you. And so before we deliberate, I want to ask Yvonne, do we have any public comment on this item that you're aware of?
Check real quick. No, we do not.
Okay. Councilor Mueller, your hand's raised. Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like to make a motion when you're ready to take motions.
Okay, let's see if there's any deliberation first. Well, let's hear your motion. We can discuss the motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion in the spirit of solidarity and a full 5-member council in support of Councilmember Dornbecker for vice mayor position.
Okay, Councilmember Tagliabacci.
I'd like to second that nomination as my first official act.
Okay, so we have a motion, Councilmember Mueller, second, Councilmember Tagliabacci. Is there discussion on this item before we take a vote? Councilmember Knight, and Councilmember Mueller, you could lower your hand, please. Councilmember Knight.
I just want to take a moment to thank Councilmember Mueller for this this gesture. Thank you, and thank you very much for that.
And I'll repeat that. I know that we have had our difference of opinion about this appointment. I feel like it kind of took on a life of its own and not in a real good way. And I think that we work well together, and we need to represent that here as well. I can support Councilmember Dornbecker in the motion before us as Vice Mayor. I think it's important that we we kind of walk the walk and not just talk about being unified and working well together and hearing our community and what's important. And so it might be a small gesture, it might not be that consequential, but it is a positive step and does show that we can work well together. So I can absolutely support the motion as well. So with that, I think we've all had an opportunity to share. Yvonne, if we could have a roll call vote.
Okay. So the
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry. Before that, Councilor Dornbecker, did you have anything more to say?
Well, I wanted to say I'm surprised, and I thank Councilmember Moeller very much. I think that's a wonderful gesture of this new alliance that we all need to have to get going forward. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Yvonne.
Okay, so the nomination is for an appointment for Councilmember Dornbecker to be the Vice Mayor. And there's a motion by Councilmember Moeller, second by Councilmember Tagliato. And so roll call vote, Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliato,
Yes.
and let's see, Councilmember Dornbecker,
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Knight,
Yes,
and Mayor.
thank you.
Okay, and Mayor Dunbar.
Yes.
Okay, 5-0.
So congratulations, Councilmember Dornbecker. Whenever we're back here in the chambers together, you'll be returning to a seat that you are somewhat familiar with, to my right. And so looking forward to having you there. And Joe, you're going to be over there, the far left. And
Well,
we'll
thank
work
you
on.
very much, all of you.
You're welcome. And we'll work on Yvonne, and you have so many name Tagabashi. That's we call him Joe T. A lot easier. But thank you, and congratulations, Vice Mayor Dornbecker. So
Congratulations.
Thank
That
you
was-
all.
okay, we have taken care of all of that council business, so we can move on to the first of 3 presentations. And we're starting off with my state of the town. And so I will proceed. This is my Yountville State of the Town for February 1st, 2022. My State of the Town address 1 year ago focused on how unconventional 2020 had been, with the COVID-19 outbreak, social and racial justice elevating in our awareness across the country, and catastrophic wildfires once again impacting our sense of safety and security in Napa County. Reflecting on 2021, we did not break free from the global public health crisis, and we continued to witness incidents that remind us we have much more work ahead to achieve equity and justice for all. This past year, we did, thankfully, avoid a repeat of the wildfires that have taken lives, damaged property, and threatened our livelihoods in recent years. What stands out to me this year is that more than ever, we need to be prepared for more than just what we used to consider as normal. We need to think creatively and collaboratively about how we maintain the charm, personality, and success of our community. At the same time, we should embrace the ongoing evolution of Yountville that has respected our heritage, provides for us today, and will shape our future. If all this sounds especially reflective and even philosophical, It's because when I started to think about the state of our town, I realized this will be my last such address as I serve my 12th year as mayor and 18th year on the town council. It's causing me to reflect on more than just the previous calendar year. I'm saving a more complete retrospective for another time, but I'm proud of the many accomplishments Yountville has achieved during my tenure. Through collaboration with residents, elected colleagues, town staff, our business leaders, and local government advocacy organizations. Last year, I concluded my years in leadership on the League of California Cities Board of Directors, during which I was able to include my town, county, and North Bay colleagues in advocacy and policy discussions that benefited all of us. Being actively engaged in the legislative process and to have access to timely and relevant information through Cal Cities helped us protect and serve our residents and business owners during some of the most challenging times we've ever experienced. Last year, out of 482 California cities, only the town of Yountville was projected by the state auditor to receive insufficient stimulus funds and tax dollars to cover COVID-19 related revenue losses. All other cities were made whole through a combination of federal COVID-19 relief and tax funding. Despite that dire analysis, Yountville remained in a healthy financial position, due largely to our long-term fiscal management and our rapid economic recovery in our core lodging and hospitality sectors. Our council worked together last year to lead our Napa County partners with several economic support initiatives. The town also avoided cuts to programs, services, and staffing that plagued most other cities. We were able to continue serving our entire community without interruption in every circumstance. Residents and local organizations rose to the occasion during the public health crisis last year as well. In particular, I worked closely with our town staff, county elected officials and staff, Yountville Chamber of Commerce President and CEO, Whitney Diver McAvoy, resident and winery owner, Lydia Mandavi, Glenn Newhart of St. Helena Hospital Foundation, and county health officials to help set up testing and vaccination clinics and to get much needed information out to the public in a timely manner. Many of our community members volunteered over several months, staffing these clinics to help keep us healthy and safe. We avoided a new environmental disaster in 2021, but we continue to manage drought conditions even after more than 11 inches of record rainfall during one October weekend alone. The town invested more into refurbishing Yountville Community Park, including new parking and a new public restroom, which provided additional benefit to local families and others who found enjoyment using the park amenities. The installation of Hopper Creek pedestrian bridge connected the last puzzle piece to complete our townwide pathway system. The Napa Valley Museum Yountville finally reopened after an extended closure due to the pandemic. Unfortunately, the neighboring Lincoln Theater remains dark due to the pandemic and Calvet lease issues. In our own Yountville family, we celebrated the well-earned retirements of Public Works Director Joe Tagliabashi, Planning and Building Director Sandra Liston, and Town Clerk Michelle Dame. We welcomed John Ferns, Kirsty Shelton, and new father Eddie Gomez, who were hired to take over those positions. We honored the careers of Yountville Sergeant John Hallman and Napa County Sheriff John Robertson upon their retirements after decades of protecting and serving us. We added new businesses despite the difficult economic times, including North Block Restaurant, Rajesh Ova Caviar and Champagne Lounge, Tina Stevens Women's Boutique, Cornerstone Cellars Wine Tasting, and Divine Chakra Spa. Yountville Community Church reopened after a 3-year renovation. As happens every September 11th morning, our community came together in front of our World Trade Center memorial to remember the lives lost and people forever changed by the terror attacks 20 years ago in Lower Manhattan, in a Pennsylvania field, and at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. In a typical year, our media attention mainly is focused on our world-renowned food, wine, hospitality, art, and natural beauty. However, Yountville repeatedly found itself in the national spotlight in 2021, thanks in part to a highly scrutinized California governor's dinner at a local restaurant and the opportunism of some of his subsequent recall election opponents. Now looking ahead, Yountville will look and will be different in 2022. As early as today, a new member of our community has been appointed to fill a vacant council seat for the next 10 months. In November, as many as 3 members on the town council could change, and a new mayor will emerge to lead our town for the first time since 2010. The construction of a new $269 million, 240-bed skilled nursing facility at the California Veterans Home is on the verge of breaking ground. It will provide an elevated and modern level of care to our worthy service members. New housing that could prioritize supporting military veterans and veterans home caregivers grows closer to reality after years of thoughtful discussion involving town officials and representatives of key state agencies. We await the leadership and ideas new owner Gary Jabara will bring to revitalize the 22-acre estate Yountville property that covers much of the west side of town. Yountville continues to enjoy a strong financial position that affords us the ability to invest in capital projects, support our local business sectors, advance environmental initiatives, expand our art scene, and provide myriad low-cost and free programs, activities, and services for our residents. I also dare to say that because the fiscal health and quality of life we enjoy has been sustained for so many years, despite a global public health crisis, record wildfires, drought, and other challenges, some might think it's easy or to be expected or underappreciated all that we have and have accomplished. This year, with the challenges we know and new ones we will face, we might find out just how hard it is to make it look easy. Without question, though, our continued success and high quality of life will require, as it always has, the hard work and dedication of our town leadership and staff, along with the collaboration and engagement of our residents and business leaders. I look forward to continue being a part of that effort again in 2022. Thank you. And so we'll now move on to our next presentation, which are Public Safety Quarterly Report.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Mr. Mayor, special congratulations to Vice Mayor Dornbecker and Joe T. Congratulations on what you've done tonight. Without further delay, I will launch into the fourth quarter 2021 safety report. If we could have my slideshow up, please.
Just 1 second. You see it? Sorry, it was there, now it's not. Just 1 second.
No problem.
Nothing goes smoothly tonight. You had so many great statistics that it crashed my PowerPoint, Ryan. So sorry, just 1 second.
Don't worry, I'm sure he memorized the whole thing.
I can talk it if you just want me to talk it.
It's coming up right now. Just need 1 second. Okay. How about now?
There we go. Perfect. All right, next slide, please. So as you can see, this quarter, the fourth quarter of the year, we responded to approximately 959 calls. That is up a fair amount from the same quarter last year. We took 16 investigative reports and we doubled our arrests made in town from 3 to 6. Next slide. Crimes against person, once again, you live in a very safe town. That's a good thing. We had 1 simple assault and 1 domestic assault. That domestic was a very minor domestic assault. We had to take the subject to jail, but it was not anything horrible, which is great. Crimes against property, 0 petty thefts, which is always a shock. It's so easy to do these days. Only 1 grand theft for the quarter. There were 2 burglaries, 1 residential and 1 out of a hotel. We also had 1 auto theft, which was recovered approximately 10 minutes later. So 1 for 1 on that. Next slide. 4 non-injury collisions, all property damage only. 47 traffic stops conducted this quarter. We had 9 traffic citations issued along with 46 parking citations. Slide. One of the highlights I wanted to share with the group, some of you may already be aware of it, is we had a residential burglary against an elderly couple at the end of December. It was. They lost $12,000 in cash and jewelry. Deputy Creo responded and handled that call. He had virtually no investigative leads. There were no witnesses. There was no video involved. He started from scratch, yet he was able to identify a suspect. He was able to get DNA evidence and fingerprint evidence at the scene. He was also able to locate audio, video, and a pawn slip of the suspect hawking the goods in another county. That suspect, named John Stinson, he was charged with felony burglary, elder abuse, and possession of stolen property. A lot of that victim's property was recovered, and we were able to identify several other victims from both in Napa and outside in Solano County. That suspect is still in custody. He is pending sentencing, and he's basically going to have to take a plea deal because there's no argument in the case. It's an airtight case. So very proud of the work Deputy Creo did, and you should be proud of what he did in the community. Slide. So I actually have 2 safety tips that I want to share with the group and hopefully the public. If you need our services, we are here for you, but if you need our services, please call dispatch. Too often we find that people end up calling the substation here, the local residents call in and they'll either leave a message or they'll just hang up and try again later. What ends up happening is those incidents go unreported, and obviously there's an element of timeliness that doesn't occur when you call into the station. Secondly, there's no record of that call that is going to be generated. So 2 months down the line, if you say I've called 3 times about a noise complaint, we have no ability to go back and look and see what was actually called in, and hence build the case against a habitual noise complaint issue. So please call dispatch. You'll always get a response, whether it be us or a Valley unit. Next slide. The second one, this came up quite a bit, especially around the holidays, but it's still going on. There's a lot of fraudulent scam phone calls going on. I probably get 3 or 4 a week myself. The big one that seems to be going around lately is someone will call representing local law enforcement, and they'll go as far as getting the names correct. Say, this is Lieutenant so-and-so, this is Sergeant so-and-so from Napa County Sheriff's Office. You missed jury duty, you missed a subpoena, you have a warrant. We need $5,000, and they'll walk you through how to pay them $5,000. Just like the IRS, the Sheriff's Office or any local law enforcement will never call you asking you for money to fix any kind of legal issue. You will always receive an in-person visit, or you will receive an official notification through certified mail. Slide. That is all I have, subject to your questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Councilmember Tagliabashi, is that a hand raised?
That is a hand raised. Thank you, Mayor Dunbar. Thank you for your presentation, Sergeant. Just one question on that number for Napa Dispatch. Does that work for all emergency services, or is that only for the sheriff's services?
We have a central dispatch center, so everything goes to one place. They know, depending on where it is, and obviously Yountville, it's going to be dispatched to us or the sheriff's office.
Yeah, yep, thank you. I knew that, and I know that if you call 911, it goes to a dispatch down in the Solano County area and then dispatch back into the local. So that eliminates a little bit of a one step and takes a little less time. So thank you for that number. I think it's very helpful, and I hope people are locking that into their phones because if you need it, it's handy to have available. So thank you very much, and thank you for all you do.
Certainly. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I don't see any other hands. So Sergeant, Councilmember Dornbecker, Vice Mayor Dornbecker. You're still muted, Vice Mayor?
Hello, Sergeant Mick Williams. It's great to see you.
Hi. Good to see you.
Can you please repeat that number? I didn't get it.
Certainly. 707-253-4451. And
Thank you very much.
That is a non-emergency number. If you're having an emergency, 911 every time.
And it's also on the town's website under our public safety page. So we encourage everybody, if you remember there was a phone number and you forgot it, you can find it on the town's website too.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you very much for your report. Please keep up the good vibes so we have that kind of report every time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's like clean financial audits. If you have nothing to present, that's a great report. Yeah. Thank you, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Next up, we have our CAL FIRE quarterly report. There's a high bar that has been set. I see Chief, we've got a couple folks here. So Chief Martin, is this starting with you?
It's going to start with me tonight. I just want to make a quick introduction. Unfortunately, our new assigned assistant chief had to pull off for another meeting, but I wanted to just come to the group and let you know that we've hired a new assistant chief. His name is Brian Ham. He came from the San Mateo Santa Cruz unit, and he's going to be a really good fit for our program, and we're really looking forward to having him aboard. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Battalion Chief Jake Cowan to go through the summary of the report.
Good evening. How are you guys? Going in the next slide. So this is just going over everything for the town of Yountville. We had a total of 334 calls for this quarter, 250 medical aids, 18 public assists, 29 traffic collisions, 1 vehicle fire, 51 alarm soundings, 11 structure fires, 2 vegetation fires, 1 miscellaneous fire. We had 3 rescues, 21 hazardous conditions, and then the smoke checks. Out of those 334 calls, 99 was in the town of Yountville, 151 for the veterans home, 133 in the county response area, and then 5 calls for Napa City. So you could see that on average for this quarter, the last 5 years and last year's, everything's pretty much kind of staying the same. Next slide. Then this breaks down, like I talked about, for the calls in the town of Yountville that we did. It breaks down the different calls and everything that we've gone to on that list that I just read. And next slide, please. So the veterans home, 131 medical aids, 18 alarm soundings, 1 public assist, and 1 hazardous condition that we responded to. And next slide. So traffic accidents that we've gone to, this happened to be one of the traffic accidents we had where unfortunately there was a fatality. Next slide, please. So we went to some vehicles over the edge. This kind of incorporates with some of the more technical type rescues that we have to do with stabilization and everything like that. And then the next slide. Structure fires. There's been, like I said, the 11 structure fires this last quarter. I don't believe there was any, this is a serious structure fires that we've had this last quarter. Next slide. commercial vehicle accidents. We've had a few of them, and it just goes to show especially with a lot of fuels work that's being done in the county. This was a chipper truck that a vehicle pulled out in front of them, and they ended up rolling over right in front of the Napa County training grounds. Next slide. And some training that we've done with Truck 12, the way this summer's been going. We had a lot of stuff that we were doing all summer long, and we've got a lot of new personnel here at Yountville, and that's one of the biggest things that we try to concentrate on is getting everybody up to speed with truck operations, which also includes the rescue that we staff out of the Yountville station also. Next slide. And then this is some pictures for a rope rescue and the rescue for our rescue team doing training, whether it's high angle, vertical. And I actually think this might be an older photo. We'll see what the next slide shows. So if you go back one, I'll talk about also the rescue team went to the Sterling Winery, and we did a lot of training on their gondola and everything there on if there was an emergency in the gondola, people were stuck in it, how we make access to them out to the gondola and lower them down from there. And then next slide is the picture of the station. We got a lot of extra decorations and everything that we're able to put up. And we were able to transport Santa Claus to the Christmas tree lighting this year in the truck. Next slide. That's it. Anybody have any questions?
No, thank you. It's always a real treat when you're able to help the last mile with Santa Claus coming into the community.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to be able to do that.
Yeah. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to first get the opportunity to thank Sergeant McWilliams, but also firefighter Keown. Is it Keown?
Cowan. Like town, but with a K.
Okay. And I apologize. Are you stationed in Yountville? And I don't know your rank then, or is it?
Yes, I took Chief Martin's spot about 2.5 years ago when he promoted, and I've been here since August of 2019. And actually, I believe it's the 8th will be my last day here, and I'll be going back to Shasta County.
Goodness. Well, thank you. Thank you for your service to our community.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised. Now that you've shared that bit of news with us, all the best taking care of the folks in Shasta County. We know when you're in rural areas that you have some extra challenges that you have to be prepared for, and you and everyone else with CAL FIRE has always done an amazing job to be prepared and then act when needed. So plus, great on the barbecue, great delivering Santa Claus, all the fun parts as well. So thanks.
Thank you.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor, I'd also like to thank Fire Chief Martin. Thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to serve. Again, the town of Yountville is one of our gems, and we should try to provide the highest level of service. I'm thankful for the leadership from Chief Cowan, that we've been able to continue that tradition and provide the highest level of service possible to the town, and obviously the county and the veterans home. So it's a great opportunity for us, and we serve you proudly.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Your virtual background always makes me nervous, but I'm starting to get a little bit more used to it. But there's always a little shock, like, oh no.
Well, maybe I should change it then.
No, it's an incredibly dramatic moment, and and that's what it represents.
Sure.
But it's my problem, not yours.
Yeah, sure, understood.
Thank you both. Okay, we'll move on to our consent calendar.
Have a good night.
Yes, thanks. We have items 8A through F. If there are no questions, is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar as presented?
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion, Councilmember Knight, second Vice Mayor Dornbecker. Yvonne, just double checking that there were no public comments? No, thank you. Okay, roll call vote, please, on the consent calendar. Yvonne, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
thank you. Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Becker, thank you.
thank you. Let's see. Councilmember Moeller
Yes.
and Councilmember
Tagliabaffi.
Tagliabaffi. Yes,
That's yes, thank
so
you.
yes for you. Okay, thank you. And Mayor Dunbar,
Yes.
thank you. So 5-0.
Yeah, we've got Dornbecker and Tagliabaffi.
I know, and I'm struggling.
You know what your homework is.
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor, I'm also really quickly just thrown by looking at Prime Gov. It appears to be recording our votes now, which I haven't seen it done before. Maybe I missed that, but
Yeah, I'm putting them in as they come up.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is an element of Prime Gov that we have been wanting to use for a long time, and I think it just recently happened. So there is a screen though that we still have the CAL FIRE quarterly report screen up. If there's a way to get rid of that. I don't know if that's just me or if it's everyone.
Didn't see it.
I had it up too.
There's a screen for item C in the presentations that's blocking the rest of the agenda. Okay, I'll move forward. I have a printed copy. So first administrative regular item 10A, establishing regulations for 2 dwelling units, discussion and adoption of an urgency ordinance. Okay, that screen just went away. So whatever somebody did, thank you. Discussion and adoption of an urgency ordinance of the town of Yountville pursuant to Government Code Section 36937B, establishing regulations for 2 dwelling residential developments and urban lot splits in single-family zoning districts as mandated by the provisions of Senate Bill 9, 2021, adding Government Code Sections 65585.21 and 66411.7, and finding this action to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Government Code Sections 65852.21J and 66411.7N. I hope we're waiving a reading of something after that. That's all I know.
Thank you, Mayor, and the newly complete town council. Before you tonight is a request to adopt an urgency ordinance in response to California Senate Bill 9. As you may remember from the town attorney's presentation in the end of last year, SB 9 was passed last October and became effective January 1st. The town has received multiple inquiries related to SB 9 development, but as of today's date, the planning department has not received any applications. If passed tonight, this urgency ordinance would become effective immediately. The proposed ordinance clarifies that SB 9 development may only occur in single-family zoning districts. And as discussed in the staff report, the ordinance before you is temporary while we work internally with staff and the engineering department and public works and also with the zoning design review board over the next few months to develop a more comprehensive future ordinance that will ultimately amend the municipal code to include objective standards consistent with state law. As with any new legislation, there are some sections that could be misinterpreted. Therefore, the intention of this urgency ordinance is to provide clarity for any requested proposals within regard to SB 9 development in the town limits. As you may remember, the intent of SB 9 is to increase the density of single-family zoned properties and to allow an additional residential unit. This is in addition to the already accessory dwelling unit allowances previously adopted by the state. Essentially, the town cannot deny SB 9 development on a qualifying parcel if it complies with objective standards. In addition to the 2 residential development that SB 9 allows, an existing qualifying parcel could be subdivided into two parcels by a ministerially approved urban lot split. Therefore, the proposed ordinance is organized into two sections. The first section describes the two residential unit development, and the second section describes urban lot splits. Most importantly, it provides clarity that the second residential unit allowed by SB 9 is limited to 800 square feet and a height limit of 16 feet. The urban lot split describes that each lot is limited to a total of 2 units in any combination, meaning that if an applicant requests an urban lot split, it must request 2 units per lot and prove compliance with all town objective standards. At a minimum, for the parcels to qualify for either an additional SB 9 residential unit and/or an urban lot split, the parcel must not have been rented for the last 3 years, and one of the units must be owner-occupied for 3 years. Both Town Attorney Gary Bell and myself are available to answer any questions and look forward to returning to you with a more comprehensive ordinance in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. And to just reiterate, this is state law that is mandatory for us to comply, and this is getting the language in place to do so.
And making the language consistent and
Yes, so we've talked for a couple of years about this very legislation as it was coming forward, and now it's here. And so this is not something that we are choosing to do locally. This is something the state has chosen for us. Okay, any questions from the council? Yes, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you. So I guess for Director Shelton or Gary Bell, is this something that you're just recommending that a lot of communities are doing as an urgent ordinance as they work through language in their communities?
A lot of communities are adopting local SB 9 ordinances. There's a few pieces in the law that are not specified at the state level. Those include the size of the unit. State law has a minimum but no maximum. The precise zones where these types of units and lot splits are allowed. You'll notice it's single family residential in the Old Town Historic. Those are the zones in the town where only single family homes are allowed. And that state law allows it to be limited in that way. But in the absence of the ordinance, it wouldn't be necessarily limited in that way. And then state law addresses but doesn't clearly define when an ADU or a JADU is also allowed in addition to these units. And the ordinance specifies and clarifies when that's allowed, so that there's guidance for applicants and also for the town and for your planning director to use when these applications come in.
Good. Thank you, Town Attorney Bell. Appreciate the additional information. And thank you, Director Shelton.
I'll follow up on that. Gary, isn't it also a minimum lot size that might have impact on us based on our relatively small, kind of modest property, parcel sizes?
Yeah, I think you're referring to the lot split provision. Is that correct? Yeah, so there's a minimum of, I think, 1,200 square feet that it must result for any lot split that occurs. And so for smaller lots, it may not be practically possible to do that.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Knight, if you could put your hand, lower your hand, please. Any public comment on this item, Yvonne?
No.
No? Thank you. Is there any further discussion, or Gary, did you have anything further?
I just add, as an urgency ordinance, this requires a 4/5 approval of the council.
Okay. Councilmember Moeller.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, please.
I would like to recommend that we approve ordinance number 22-506, an urgency ordinance of the town of Yountville pursuant to Government Code Section 36937B, establishing regulations for 2 dwelling units, development and urban lot splits in single-family zoning districts as mandated by the provisions of Senate Bill 9 in 2021, adding Government Code Section 65585.21 and 66411.7, and finding this action to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Government Code Section 65852.21 subsection J and 66411.7 subsection N, and waive the first reading.
I'll second.
Motion, Councilmember Moeller, second, Vice Mayor Dornbecker. Yvonne?
Okay. Was the last part of that to waive the first reading?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
And I would just add on that, with an urgency ordinance, this will take effect immediately tonight without a first or a second reading or coming back. I think staff's plan is to come back with a non-urgency ordinance in the coming months.
Okay. So the roll call, Councilmember Moeller,
Yes.
Councilmember Dornbecker.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, actually.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's see. Then we've got Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi.
Well done. Yes, very well done. Yes.
Thank you. And I do believe that's, Mayor Dunbar.
Yes.
Okay, well,
And
we've got 5-0.
I will note for the record, Dornbecker and Tagliabashi both correctly pronounced, so that you are a very, very quick learner.
Yay.
Yay.
We're about to take it really easy on you with Finance Director King.
All right.
With our next item, but we'll move on to 10B, budget parameters, discussion and possible direction regarding the fiscal year 2022-2023, proposed budget parameters and key assumptions, and establishing budget workshop dates to be May 5, 2022 at 1 p.m. and May 19th, 2022 at 1 p.m. Celia.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and welcome to Budget Workshop number 1, which is the official kickoff to the public process for the new budget season. I do have a quick little spiel to set the budget stage. I'll try to get through it in about 3 minutes. The budget parameters and key assumptions is a detailed report that outlines current projections for key general fund revenues and expenditures for upcoming fiscal year 2022 and 2023. This is the first of 3 budget workshops, and the main goal of this meeting is to gain feedback from the council regarding the next fiscal year's priorities and initiatives. So just some quick highlights of the report. Transient occupancy tax, or TOT, the general fund's main source of revenue, is projected at $7.5 million. This is reflective of the town's 2019 actuals. So given the current rebound in travel, we believe this to be an attainable goal. Sales tax is estimated to be $1,370,000. This number could increase later in the budget process if we continue to see stronger sales tax collections in the current fiscal year. Property tax estimate is $2,175,000, which is based on a 2% increase in expected revenue collections for the current fiscal year. Expenditures will be budgeted to be in line with the amount of anticipated revenues. So some of the known costs at this point are law enforcement services, which will increase by 3.14% per the current agreement, for a total cost of $1,232,373. And also the CalPERS annual unfunded actuarially accrued liability, or UAAL, and that is a cost of $373,857. For the past few fiscal years, the town has utilized the OPEB and PRSP trusts as funding sources for the payment of retiree medical premiums and the annual UAAL payment to CalPERS. And we are recommending the continuation of this usage, as well as reinstating annual contributions to the trust. One of the less known factors at this point is the cost for salaries, as labor negotiations are currently underway and will be developing over the next few weeks. We will have more information about this and other departmental expenditures at the second and third workshops. Another focus in this process will be proposed policy adjustments to increase emergency reserve and revenue stabilization reserve fund minimum targets, as council has previously expressed this to be a priority. This topic will also be covered in detail in the second budget workshop. So on that note, the dates proposed for the next workshops are May 5th at 1 p.m. and May 19th at 1 p.m. And then just a quick plug for the online budget book. There is a link in the chat box that I encourage council and all viewers to click on and bookmark to review the town budget for the current fiscal year. Also on the bottom of that page are the presentation slides from last year's budget workshops. So this is a great way to get a bit of a refresher of what information is covered in each of the next two workshops. And agenda and materials for the workshops will be available about a week in advance of the workshop date. And it is a lot of information. So finance department staff is always available to provide information and answer questions. So please reach out if you need any assistance navigating the online budget book or just want to talk about budget in general. And at this point, if there are any questions, I would love to try and answer them for you.
Yeah, what direction are you looking for specifically, or is this really more informational?
I believe it's more informational, and Steve, I know you'll weigh in on this.
It is, as Finance Director King says, this is informational, or if there's some questions or something that you want to understand a little better, this is really focusing on the bigger picture items that comprise the significant budget items. And it's to give you an initial understanding of how we go about building the budget, and then we will bring in some more details as we see those. The biggest thing that we still have to really resolve is going to be labor costs, which we knew going into this year we would have some labor adjustments, and we're going to continue to refine our revenue projections. As many of you know, we are off to a very positive TOT start this year. I am not using that as a repeatable basis, and Finance Director King. So we're being conservative in our revenues. We're reinstating some funding structures, but we also feel very positive that in working with our employee team that we're going to be able to do the activities and the projects that are proposed with the available revenue streams. So that's a very encouraging. And again, we do not anticipate the need to draw down or make use of our reserves, the Revenue Stabilization Fund or the Emergency Reserve.
Great.
And also probably solidifying, confirming those workshop dates, making sure that they will work for everyone.
Yes, that would be nice, so that we can get those booked on the calendar, because we know how people live by their calendar.
Yeah, so I took that as informational principally, and confirming May 5th and May 19th. And so, yes, Councilmember Knight, any questions?
One quick question, technical. The chat box, tell us again how we locate budget information.
Sure. So in the chat at the bottom of your screen, you should see a little red marker that says 1. It means there's something in the chat box. If you open that, if you click on that, there will be a blue link that if you click on that link, it will take you to an external website, which is the town finance page. And then you could save that to your favorites or leave it open to look at another time.
So for someone maybe just going to the town website, how would they track that on the website?
So on the town website, it's under departments and services, and then you'd click finance, and the second tab under finance is budget information, and it's that page where you can access budget information and the PowerPoint slides from last year's workshops.
Good. Maybe just one last question. Thank you, Finance Director, for your report. I guess maybe just to dive a little bit into the projection for the next fiscal year of the TOT transient occupancy tax being at 7.5 million. And I appreciate Steve's comments too. So I would assume, probably looking back at 2018, 2019, the occupancy rate was higher, but the room rate was lower. So now we probably have a flop of that. And so when you project 7.5, you look at your numbers below, it's significantly higher than what we've been receiving in the last couple of years. I guess I'm just curious about the comfort level you have of a $7.5 million projection. Is that assuming occupancy rates will creep up a little bit and room rates will stay somewhere where they're at?
I'm actually, Councilmember Knight, that's a really good question, and I have to be very candid with you that really it's an extrapolation, and it's based on a realization that the last 3 years have not been normal for either room rate or occupancy. Right now, our hotel operators are getting an extremely high, we're setting a new room rate record and TOT every month that I don't believe is sustainable. So as a result, you're seeing a little bit of a drop off on occupancy. Hence, they're driving the revenue from a higher room rate. So we're basically looking at, and we'll continue to track, but what I'm anticipating next year is that room rates will level out some and may actually drop a little bit, which will also then result in occupancy getting back to their normal levels. Now, I also need to point out, even now, we have very envious occupancy rates. It's just that our occupancy rates during peak season have typically been in the 80+% range. So when they dropped a little, that's something I've been monitoring and we share with you in our monthly finance report. So it's an educated extrapolation, council members, but I think it's a prudent one, and then one that we will continue to refine. Finance Director King and I meet regularly and go over our numbers monthly as we're going through this process based on new information and new trends. And we will continue to reflect the best information we have when we get close to finalizing it. And if I'm a little too low, and most of the council will probably tell you that I am going to probably be a little too low, I'd much rather be a little too low, and then you all have the unfortunate job of allocating unassigned fund balance at the end of the year than being a little too high and having to come back to you and go, we need to cut something. So that's just been a very disciplined approach that I've practiced for a number of years here as manager.
And let's remember, it's February 1st. We've got a long way to go in the budget. This is step one, sort of.
Mayor, thank you. I just want to thank Steve and thank you again, Finance Director King. Good information to learn how our highest revenue source occurs. Thank you.
And I really do want to echo Finance Director King's comments. We have a ton of really good detailed information. You can look at the total budget. You can look at the budget in brief. This PowerPoint presentation and the details will go up. And you really can drill down and see where our funding goes. And, we are so anticipating, and it may not arrive until next fiscal year, but we are going to see a small bump in our assessed valuation for property tax. So typically, property tax has not paid for our public safety cost, and we're now seeing a little bit of balancing in that.
Yeah, that's what a $350 million property sale will do for you. Okay, any public comment, Yvonne, on this item? I see a silent shaking of the head no, and that's good enough. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, and I don't see any other hands. So do you have the introduction and feedback that you needed, Director?
Yes, as long as we can confirm those workshop dates, we will get that into the agenda management system and start working on the agendas.
I'm saying yes to those dates, and if any of the council has a problem with them, they will respond to you directly during office hours.
And also, we will send out a hold the meeting date invite to you to help block that for your calendars.
Yes, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 10C, fence replacement request. Consider approval of resolution number 21-4101 to provide $23,000 subsequent to request from Yountville Cemetery Association for $23,000 in financial support for fence replacement project and to allocate that $23,000 from the approved annual contingency budget.
Yes, Mayor, Council, We received a request from Ernie Isley and Tom Bardesano of the Yountville Cemetery Association for financial assistance to help in a cemetery fence beautification replacement project. The fence along Jackson Street on the north end of Yountville Community Park is the area they want to replace. You may recall in the 2017 year, we had actually allocated and approved funding in the 30,000 range for a different fence project, but the Cemetery Association chose not to proceed. So this time around, the Cemetery Association is hoping to use this funding and a little bit of our leftover pieces from the fence project at Yountville Community Park to basically install similar hog wire fence along the perimeter on Jackson. So that's the information and the request. It's consistent with what the council did previously, although several years and several budgets ago. And in this particular case, we are recommending a $23,000 allocation from the adopted annual budget contingency. I really don't have anything more to add. There's a letter for requests, some pictures. I think most of you are very familiar with the site and the Cemetery Association. Pretty straightforward request, but happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, and if for some reason it happens again and they don't go forward, obviously that money stays in our budget for other purposes, but it sounds like they're ready and serious about the project this time.
That's my understanding in my conversations with them, Mayor.
Yeah, good. Any questions? Any public comment, Yvonne, on this item?
No public comment.
Thank you. Is there a motion, or Vice Mayor Dornbecker?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make this motion and dedicate it to Councilmember Moeller, who I know is very a big part of the celebrations and things that go on at the graveyard there. And I think that that's, you know, certainly a worthy thing. So I would like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 22-4101, authorizing a $23,000 contribution to the Yountville Cemetery Association towards its wrought iron fence replacement project at the Yountville Pioneer Cemetery, and providing budget approval for this contribution with a $23,000 allocation from the annual contingency budget. There's a
Second.
small type.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
I think I heard second already from Councilmember Knight. Vice Mayor, you say there's a typo somewhere?
The
Well,
resolution number?
The number 23,000 in the final sentence of that resolution number. It's missing a zero.
Oh,
Well, we'll make sure that that's corrected.
Okay.
So motion by Vice Mayor Dornbecker, second Councilmember Knight. Yvonne, when you're ready, a roll call on that item.
okay. Vice Mayor Dornbecker,
Yes.
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Councilmember Tagliabashi,
Yes.
and Mayor Dunbar.
Yes.
Did I forget Moeller? Yeah, Councilmember Moeller.
I vote yes.
Thank you. So it's a 5-0.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Councilor or Vice Mayor Dornbecker, if you could lower your hand again, please. Thank you. We have no staff informational reports. Meeting reports, I'll start off with Napa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District that was held today. This afternoon, we had a presentation on the district's vegetation management along waterways related to wildfire risk mitigation objectives. And also got a report on a clean audit, meaning no issues at all with the financial audit report for fiscal year 2020, 2021. Napa Valley Transportation Authority, I believe Councilmember Knight was going to be attending that meeting. Do you have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I attended as the current alternate for NVTA. And so just a couple items we discussed. One, a presentation at the beginning of the meeting, recognizing and honoring Vice Mayor Carrie Dorman, Director Dorman. And I expressed to the NVTA our thanks for her service on that committee as well. The second item was accepting and filing a development area investment strategy that the Technical Advisory Committee recommended. And those priorities are for making transportation and land use investments designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. So that's programs in Napa and American Canyon. They were a part of a Bay Area-wide program that NVTA has identified. And the third item was a approval of modification to our transit operations service agreement to increase the contract amount by 2.8 million over the 7-year contract period. And that's primarily after a discussion recognizing the difficulty of finding and keeping drivers. And we've experienced that effect and change in the town as well, that the NVTA has moved and recommended a contract increase to so we have competitive wages and so that we do have drivers available for all our routes in the Napa Valley. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I read in the local newspaper about a mitigation for a hawk nest habitat related to the Sasko Junction project. So we'll be monitoring how that's moving forward. There's apparently some significant expense involved in that effort.
That's correct. As part of, I guess, meeting environmental quality requirements for that project and finding habitat for that small animal and somewhere else in the area.
Right. Okay, thank you for the report. Watershed Information and Conservation Council, do we have any report on that? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I attended as well as Councilmember Knight on the 27th of January and had a report that the BCDC has made us aware that there are funds available from the Fed's infrastructure bill. And then there's going to be a needs assessment done before there is a plan to reach out for the money. And that will be done. They requested that all the municipalities send letters, an endorsement statement to the CACC, the Climate Action Plan Committee, for the money. So that's one thing. And then there's also a drought task force being assembled, and the WIC will be a part of the task force, and we'll have well owners and small water systems will be a part of it as well. So that's coming up in the future. And on Earth Day, April the 24th, there will be an event probably at the Oxbow Commons. So I'll keep you apprised of when that happens, excuse me. That's about it.
Thank you. Cal City's update, I was part of a morning meeting just to basically review legislative activity going on in Sacramento. Nothing pertinent or for any details for us yet. Council ad hoc and standing committee reports. I know that we will be meeting, the Housing Committee will be meeting tomorrow with Kirsty and friends. And then we will be addressing the vacancy on that and other committees probably at our March 1st, since we just canceled our February 15th. We'll most likely be looking at that on March 1st. That and other committee appointments. Moving down to reports, general reports, item F. I've been on a series of committee Zoom meetings, and I am part of a committee with Board of Supervisors, mayors, city and town managers, and fire chiefs discussing a possibility of a sales tax measure being put on the June ballot. There's a very tight schedule to make that happen if it's going to happen. It is in order to raise, it would be a 1/4 cent sales tax to raise approximately $10 million a year for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which is also known as the CWPP, that was created by fire officials for wildfire protection, mitigation, and suppression throughout Napa County. And so the county is taking the lead, and they have been communicating occasionally with the individual jurisdictions on what would be their effort at the county level, but they're trying to get buy-in from all the jurisdictions to move forward with the ballot measure for that sales tax. So any additional information that either town manager or I get from those meetings will share by email just as information. We won't be able to discuss it unless we need to call some kind of special meeting to take an action, but I don't anticipate that before March 1st. Also, I wanted to recognize that this Thursday through Sunday is the 5th annual Yountville International Short Film Festival. It is happening in person this year after a year of virtual in 2021. A very affordable festival. You can buy individual blocks of short films or festival pass or a VIP cinema experience that includes wine tastings before many of the screenings. It's really proven to be a lot of fun and very inexpensive. They've reduced it down to 2 screening rooms, one at the Heritage Room at the Yountville Community Center and the other one at Bardessono Hotel. And they're doing so they can follow safety protocols, reduced seating in cabaret kind of table and chairs setting. And so looking forward to that. That should be a lot of fun this weekend. Check out yisff.com for tickets and more information. Any other reports?
Mayor, just a quick question, maybe for Dr. Shelton. I thought I read that we are not meeting on the 2nd or the 15th of February, but is there a public meeting related to the housing element on that evening?
The next public meeting, which everyone's encouraged to attend, would be Wednesday, February 16th via Zoom at 6 p.m.
Is that I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, is that a 2x2 or is that open for the public? Is it a public event? Or
The Wednesday, February 16th at 6 p.m. will be the first public workshop.
Okay. 2/16, February 16th at 6 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a committee, it's an actual public workshop. And Steve, you may need to go over whether the council is supposed to be active in that setting or not. I know in the past when we've had public workshops, we've liked to hear from the
right
residents rather than have council sometimes
No,
the conversation.
I think in this particular go around, because there was both concern and frustration exhibited by both council and I think some community members in the general plan update, because we heard from both residents that felt at times it was hard for them to share what they really felt if you all were sitting there. And then we also heard from others that said, why wasn't the council there listening to what we have to say? So it goes into the category of no good deed done undone. But nonetheless, what I think we're going to recommend this go around is that you're welcome to participate. We would encourage you to listen rather than to actively engage and participate in the dialogue, because then but I can't stop you. I can't tell you you can't, because it is a public meeting, but I would only encourage you to be there, hear, perhaps if a question or something that you have the ability to comment on, but perhaps we can provide that fine balance between you're hearing what everybody is saying, but not being a part of the dialogue and shaping the dialogue going forward. So that's sort of the happy medium that I'm suggesting for you.
And we also then, if the council is going to attend, we need to make sure it's properly noticed.
We will be noticing everything appropriately for that. I will also point out, just for your council meeting planning schedule, we again will also have a council meeting on 3/15, which will be discussing this. So the month of March, you need to anticipate both council meetings happening, and I would presume also for the month of April, both council meetings will be happening.
Don't worry, I'm still here. I got it. But also, as we're getting out of the mask mandate for indoor mask wearing and other public health developments, we will monitor when we're able to come back into the chambers for meetings. We're not prepared to make any commitments yet. March 1 might be too soon, but we'll monitor that and we'll evaluate. So
correct, and I think we need to see some of that additional information and guidelines. I know for most of the council, the concern was that wearing masks in the size of our council chambers does not really allow for physical distancing and to allow for meaningful participation. So I'm excited to go out and read what new council member Tagliabashi says may have been announced by the governor, see where some of those details are. But it would sound like if those motions are in place, Mayor, you're correct that we would be returning to in-person meetings in the not too far future.
great. Okay, I think that takes care of our business for tonight. Again, congratulations and welcome, Councilmember Tagliabashi, Vice Mayor Dornbecker, Yvonne, thank you. I'd like to say that we don't always go for 4 hours and have all this business and technical difficulty. Can't promise anything. I take the blame for it, since I said we weren't going to have any technical difficulties for you.
Maybe next time.
Yes, with that, we wanted to start like this, so next time it's so easy. You're like, oh, that's much better.
Okay.
So we can adjourn to our next regular meeting, 3 o'clock on March 1st.
Yes, and there probably will be a request to schedule a special meeting for PRAC interviews, but we'll do that before the meeting so that you can utilize that process. So we'll be reaching out to you all to see what availability for a couple of days ahead of that meeting might be.
And Councilor Tagliabashi, did you want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'm happy to do that. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
A second.
No, I was going to ask Vice Mayor Dornbecker to second.
Excuse me, I'll defer.
Okay, I second the motion by our new council member, Joe Tagliabashi.
And Yvonne, I'm just going to jump to the end of the book. It's 5-0 approval of the motion.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and all the staff that got us back online and we got through it all. So
thanks so much.
See you next time.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne.